impressed. My Amiga, you're more than a friend, not just a gal pal. We're in it to the end. I can tell you exactly what you mean to me, but I know you'll always be inside my heart. I love when you get serious with desktop publishing. Just your painting, girl. Well, you are number one. When nothing quite will hit the spot, you're awesome at coding. And when we chill and play together, there's always the most fun. My Amiga, you're more than a friend, not just a girl pal. We're in it to the end. I can tell you exactly what you mean to me, but I know you'll always be inside my heart. When I turn you off, when I push your buttons, I always feel sorry the next day. I wish I could be with you every hour. I love it when you light up. It makes me feel so good. My Amiga, you're more than a friend, not just a gal pal. We're in it to the end. I can tell you exactly what you mean to me, but I know you'll always be inside my heart. My Amiga, you're more than a friend, not just a gal pal. We're in it to the end. I can tell you exactly what you mean to me, but I know you'll always be inside my heart. 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 Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. Hello to Starly. Hello to West in the chat there. I was going to start out with something else, but I got caught away with saying hello. But what I was going to start out with was, let me tell you a secret. I have no idea what I'm doing. Except I just, did the other intro instead. Anyhow, hello everybody. I hope everybody is well. You can probably tell I'm, not the highest of energy and stuff like that. Things. Let me tell you a sad tale of a friend who was with me for 5 years, but recently no longer works. Nothing happens. No holding of buttons. No, pushing other buttons and holding buttons works. Plugging in the charger, no lights light up to say that it's charging. That is very fingerprinty, isn't it? A little better. That's a little better. Gosh, Katie uses. Hang on. We get there. A ring light. Oh gosh, look, and there's, I think, foobar on the screen. Anyhow. But yes, my dear beloved, the Samsung Edge S7 or whatever it's called, has bitten the dust, the silicon dust, so I've been trying to get a new phone. Yesterday, I tried to put an order in. I sound kind of muffled, do I? Oh dear. That's odd.
But yeah, anyway, yes, I tried to put an order in, but it didn't quite work. Why would I sound muffled? Hang on, hold on a moment. Let me do a check of things here. Make sure that everything is working the way it is supposed to be working. And sounds fine but to me. I don't know what the... Yeah, it sounds kind of normal to me. I did a microphone check beforehand. I'm sorry, Starly, but it sounds okay on my side of things. As I said, I did like a check with the recording a video before I started, played it back. Sounded like I usually do. I don't know what to say. Hopefully it's not your TV playing up or whatever. But maybe it should. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't think I sound any different to what I usually do. You have other devices to check on there, because as I said, on recording it and playing it back, it sounded fine. Just plugging it into the other laptop here, it sounds fine. I honestly don't know. I don't think it's anything on my side. But yes, yesterday I tried to order a new phone, because obviously being without a phone is a little bit of an awkward thing in this day and age. So I tried to order a new one. It hasn't gone so well so far. Hopefully I've got something arriving tomorrow, but we'll just have to see if and when it arrives. But yeah, yeah, it's a whole thing. I don't feel like going into it and such like that, and I don't know if there's much point in going into it really. But maybe if you've got something that you know works, maybe that's the good thing to go with. I mean, it's not necessarily great life advice. Trying different things is always a good thing, but I tried a different thing this time, and it bit me slightly. So yes, hello all. Interesting question. Obviously, the music was playing beforehand. Starly, was the music sounding okay? Just an interesting point. As I said, it all sounds okay on my side, so I don't. What is your new phone? Well, I don't have it yet. I've ordered a new phone. I've ordered one from one place and then one from another place. So hopefully I get a new phone. Let me having a look to see if I can find out some information about what the phone is. Of course, the official website doesn't link every single picture of it to. I will find out what it is. It seems better on your phone. So it's your TV then. I don't know what's up with that. I'm sorry to say. You might want to get that fixed soon. We'll get on to that. But since I've been asked a question, why do you make it so hard to find what I want to find? I don't want that. I don't want that. I want this. I want to learn more about this. Here. Let me copy and paste this somewhere else. Websites. Why are some websites just... Oh, look, a GeForce Game Ready driver is available. Not the time for it now. Not the time for it. Everything is going splendidly. Everything is going wonderful. Don't worry, everybody. Katie's had a wonderful day today. And yesterday... It's not been a good few weeks for me, really, has it? But we'll get to things. We've got this. Of course, the thing is cutting things off here slightly. Oh, look, I am happy with all cookies. Let's go. I want to manage cookies. Gosh, well, let's go for all the cookies. You know what I'm like. Me and my cookies. Should it be me and my cookies? Or something, I don't know. Anyhow, this is the one I'm going to be hopefully receiving. A Galaxy A52s, which looks a bit like this. And you know, some of the flagship phones are a little much. This is a kind of a mid-range phone, which is still, you know, not the cheapest, but still not as much as these flagship phones. But anyhow, and yeah, anyhow, moving on. This is a good style right here. I should try that. How's my pouty face? Don't think it compares really. Think this person pulls off cute more than I do, but hey. But yes, it has a display. It has this thing which B and arrow pointing down, which I think he means like an adaptive display so that it doesn't blind you in the night or whatever. So there's that. It can resist some water, and has this thing which is what I read later on. But anyway, it can do 5G, but I don't think I have 5G on my mobile plan at the moment. So it's probably work with 4G and whatever. Look, it's got 800 nits of brightness. Amazing. It's super smooth, apparently. And you can sail out of the phone into the outside world. Amazing. Unfortunately, nowhere where I was ordering had this awesome violet thing in any kind of time frame in which I would need the phone, because, you know, obviously I have certain things, you know, stand-up paddleboard, yeah, certain things, use your phone and text message and things like that to work properly. I won't go into any more details on that, but I'm sure you know it's like, oh, we'll send you something by text, and it's like, oh, I don't actually have that. But yeah, there's looks shiny. It's got a bunch of cameras. This one is like apparently a macro camera. This one's like an ultra wide. This one's a main camera. This one's a depth camera. I really don't know what it all does. I think maybe this is a flash or whatever. And the OIS is optical image stabilization. Yeah. So I don't need this many cameras. I mean, I think I'd just be happy with like the main and the macro. Because I do tend to take some close-up shots quite a bit. But, you know, they just shove whatever they can on there nowadays and whatever. And look, you can have, I was going to have a barbecue, but no, you can light some sparklers and stuff like this. Apparently you can do stuff in low light as well. You have a fun mode. That sounds fun. Cool. This is a neat skirt. I like that. This is a neat skirt as well. But yeah, you can. Oh, look, you can focus on. I don't know. Is this? Looks like a brownie, but it has like fudge on the top. It looks nice, whatever it is. Yeah, but macro camera apparently as well. Yeah, well, you know that I'm going to take pictures and you know I'm going to send some to you and all that kind of thing. Tracy will like the snacks photography. Yes, indeed. So let's see. Yeah, you can go like a bokeh, is it? Is that what you call it? When you have like, this is like a usual thing, but if you turn up portrait mode on, it blurs the background to give you your depth of field or whatever, your bokeh or things like that. You take pictures of people as well. Oh, that's a selfie thing. Yeah, I haven't seen it at the moment, or you might have seen it. But yeah, it's one of these like screen punch-out cameras, which is not my favourite kind of way of doing it, but you know, it's the way they're going. Weirdly enough, this phone is showing like some speaker things here, which is what reminded me of it. But weirdly enough, this phone actually has a headphone port. Which surprised me. I thought all phones were getting rid of headphone ports, but apparently the battery lasts 2 days, which is good. My old one was struggling to last 1 day. Possibly some indication of how it was going down the drain. But anyway, look, it has this many mega amp hours. It can do stuff and has cores and can do games, which I'm not likely to be playing games like this on my phone. It has security stuff in it as well. Fingerprint reader, which my old phone here has a fingerprint reader underneath the home button, which, you know, home buttons. Phones don't have home buttons nowadays. I mean, this one was kind of like slightly doing away with the go here. We've got, you can see one button on here, which is the home button, such like that. But it had like little light up areas here, which are basically touch areas for like back and the menu buttons here. Obviously, this has got like compared to this other one, a huge bezel or whatever at the top, whatever you call it. But it has this kind of weird, curving round screen, which is why it's the Edge version headphone port. Yeah, I mean, obviously this one has a headphone port in it as well. I've gotten used to the Bluetooth, but nowadays, but as you can see, for some instances, having a wire is good. Like, the delay I'd be getting, it would just be like distracting, trying to stream and hear myself back and stuff like that. It would just be waiting. I pushed the button waiting for it to light up and it didn't. It makes me sad. But yes, it's been good. Apparently, this has got the volume and controls on the side here and the power on button on the side. This other one has all the buttons on this side, and stuff like that. But yeah. So it's sad. Oh yeah, it's also because this had the fancy screen, which would like show things obviously through the window, and that. Let me try and wipe it up a bit more here. Should show fancy things through the window, like the time, and that you had notifications, and obviously protects the screen a little bit like this. I mean, it flaps, because it's not supposed to be like, super secure and whatever, but if you've got it like in a bag or something like this, it'll keep it, from the screen being scratched by other bits and pieces. This phone case has seen better days, but it survived quite well along with the phone. 5 years, as I say. But yeah, this only has like the one camera on the back, or it has some other things in there. I don't know. Definitely a light at the top, it looks like, and there's something else here. Maybe a depth sensor or something like that. So, I don't know. But it's only had the one camera there, and obviously the front-facing camera up here and such like that. But yeah, the new one has some kind of like little thing like this, but only shows like the top part of it, which kind of looks a bit weird to me. But but yeah. So as I said, that my old phone, it just kind of like, boom. I was working a few hours before I woke up, just to check the time, whatever, and the phone wouldn't turn on or whatever. So, as I said, when you plug something in, it doesn't light up or anything. So I don't think it's going to be the battery. I think it's going to be possibly something on the motherboard has just gone pop, whatever, because it's just not sending things through. Anyhow, it's optimized, which is always good to have something optimized. It has Google stuff, which is good because I use Google stuff. You can use these Galaxy Buds, but they're sold separately, as you can see. You can find things with the phone. It does fancy things here. It's awesome as well. I like this look of this person's. Oh, you can't see where my pointer is. I like the look of this person's face here. I don't know if zooming in is going to work with this website. Some websites it completely breaks the website if you try to zoom. Look, it has up to 124 hours of audio playback time. It has some gigahertz and stuff like that. It has some more specs and stuff like that. And most people seem to be happy with it that have left a review on Samsung's site. So, can I zoom in? Oh no, it's not worked, has it? Can we get? No, it's probably not gonna. No, we got it. There we go. That's the face I wanted to look at. That's quite the face, isn't it? Anyway. So yeah, that's the phone I'm hopefully getting, depending on things. This is the magazine which we will be looking at in a bit, depending on, usual things working and such like that. I can bring this up here, so it looks like I'm mostly looking at you. mostly. I mean, I said it kind of like, I don't like watching videos and things like that where the host, by the way, if you don't like eye contact, look away until I say look back. But I don't like the content where the host looks at the camera like this. It's like, hey, how are you doing? It's all great, isn't it? Wow, wonderful. It's amazing. I've stopped doing it now. So eye contact has stopped, everybody. I hate it. And when there is somebody on a video who's looking at the camera a little too aggressively for my liking, I tend to like look off to the side, that kind of thing. Use my peripheral vision to watch the video and such like that. Yeah, think so. Yeah, it's just slightly uncomfortable or whatever. But yeah, we have something. Can't relate at all, indeed, not at all. But yes, that's the information on the old phone, hopefully the new phone, which I hopefully will get tomorrow. Which this is my poor band here. It's just like I don't have anybody to connect to now. Whenever the weird thing is that the one app that there's like 2 apps you can use to connect to the thing. Or there's more, but there's 2 official apps you can use to connect to it, and only one of them works on the tablet. Which is just kind of like, I don't really see much of a reason why not. Maybe it's because, it doesn't have GPS, you can't possibly use it with a tablet or whatever. It's just like, no, it's just sending data. Because I use the one because it actually sends information through to the Google Fit app and whatever, which I like the layout of and stuff like that, and the other app doesn't. But then you get other apps which will fill in the gap. It's just, gosh, but you have to pay for them, and they're not the official ones, and it's just like, oh, gosh. I'd rather just have the official one that does what I want it to, and move on. But yeah, I mean, there's possibly a way I could sideload the app onto there, but it's like, oh gosh, it's. Hopefully the new phone can have this one app that I like on there, and it'll be fine. But yeah, it's collecting a lot of data which it isn't going to be able to transfer over. But that's okay. I mean, it can lose a couple of days of data, hopefully a couple of days. Gosh. So yeah. Anyhow, that's enough going on about this. I did mention before, obviously we've got the Amiga magazines and stuff like that, that some of the years they do like a December issue, then a Christmas issue, and then a January issue and stuff like that. And I think that's down to the simple fact, I would have got my calculator out on the phone. By the way, do you know, if you use Windows, have you tried to use the Windows calculator and seen all the options it has? It has graphing. In Windows 10 at least, it has graphing and fancy other things. But what I'm going to do, we have like 52 weeks in a year. We divide that, say, by 4. People who know cards, standard decks of cards will probably be like, yes, that's 13, which it is indeed, 13. And then you can probably see where the problem comes from in having, releasing possibly every like 4 weeks or so, and numbering them or calling them by their, what is it? Where have all my things gone? There we go. Calling them by their... No, I've lost it. Month names, that's the one. Calling them by their month names gives problems with that kind of thing, so they have to just throw in the Christmas issue or whatever, maybe like a special issue here or there. And they're kind of like misaligned anyway, that the December issue really comes out in October or the end of October and November and that kind of thing because of publishing stuff. I don't know. I haven't really looked deeply enough into it, but I've always noticed there was that disconnect, and I've mentioned it many times before. But yes, since there is December, Christmas, and then January issue, what that means is that I've obviously been looking, at this month in Amiga history and whatever. There's no real Christmas month to look at. If I've looked at December and I've looked at January, there's no extra month in the middle there which I can have a look at. So I was asking before, what can I do? but I had a good idea. I'm not going to tell you what the idea is now, but if anybody can think, what could be like a good Christmas-themed kind of magazines to look through and stuff like that, especially if you're very British and stuff like that. If you heard a noise, that's my tablet. I have notifications on that now because obviously I don't have a phone. And that's possibly an email. Let me just check things. Obviously I want to make sure things are actually going to be delivered and all that kind of things, and refunds are got and all that kind of thing. But no, it's a standard, thing. And it's probably going to cause me some... Nah, never mind. This is stream time. Let's forget all about our worries as much as we can. Push all the emotions down. Gosh, anyhow. Only Christmas magazine thing, Radio Times. Well, I will leave it a mystery, but... yeah, if you think British magazine or such, Christmas and things like that, you might get an idea of where we're going if you are indeed British, and you have moderately the same kind of childhood memories that I do. Anyhow, we will leave that because we're going to be looking at the December issue, we can see next week what that brings. But if you just hold on a moment, everybody. Let me just see. I tried to put something over there, but then this moves this side of it as well. I have a lot of stuff, I've said before. Anyhow, I have been preparing for Halloween. There's not likely to be any trick-or-treaters, obviously, because of, the one, COVID. Second, this is flats and stuff like that. But I have been preparing myself for Halloween. When I have to stay in and think, oh, it's Halloween. I wish I could have some sweets. I have prepared. Wait a moment. Gosh. And you may say, Katie. Katie. Starly may say, Katie. But, oh gosh, look at this. Beautiful. Very heavy, 3 kilograms, if you must know. Bag of sweets, a healthy baby 3 kilograms of sweets. Which should last me Halloween. And longer, much longer. Even me, being much of a snack fiend. Not going to get through... not going to get through all of these. Katie, indeed, I imagine there would be a... Katie! As I said, these are probably going to last me into next year as well. Also, already smell kind of like the sugariness and what... Is that a grumpy, disgruntled cat face? Hang on. Seriously. Well, there aren't going to be any. And I felt like I was missing out by not having sweets. It makes sense. Don't worry. Don't panic. Oh, God. I had an issue. Oh gosh. I had a slight issue. As I said, with these headphones, it's got like a little... I can show you. I don't want to show you too much inside. The coating or whatever on the ear cups is wearing off and stuff like that, so it doesn't look too pretty. But you've got a USB-C connector for power on this side. But you've got basically just a simple connector like this. Not locking, not anything. If you pull it, it just comes straight out, which is kind of good. You don't want to break your cable, but the issue is once that comes out, the headphones turn off. And hang on, you see the flashing? No, it's probably only for Bluetooth connectivity and stuff like that, which is why I have to plug this in first before turning it on, because the laptop here would like go, oh, Bluetooth, I know about Bluetooth, let me connect you and change your audio settings and stuff. And I'm like... But yes, a slingshot. I don't have a slingshot. But indeed, that's... And maybe if any kids come by and they're being noticeable enough for me with my noise cancelling headphones and watching probably Hermitcraft episodes or such like that. If I notice any, maybe I can just like open the window here and just like drop a few sweets out or something like that. I don't know. Most of them are going to be going in here and down here and powering me up with sugar. But, as I said, it's going to last me a long while. And if it doesn't, I'm going to get, at least from Starly, another Katie. Katie, really. Katie. Anyhow, so I just wanted to demonstrate that I do have a big bag of sweets. Indeed. I'm going to be mostly responsible about it, Starly, so don't worry. You have no need to worry. Anyhow. Oh gosh, it wasn't too difficult. I'd show you some of the Christmas sweets I've got for myself. Because they're very pretty. I need to remember to actually show you. Maybe when I have a fancy macro camera, I can show you. Anyhow. Yep, so I got that. What should I say first? Well, okay, let me do this one first. So, I'm sure everybody's been like really waiting with the patience to hear my album that I've been talking about for a long time. I don't know if even since the start of the stream I've been mentioning it, which is like over a year ago, whatever. I certainly have had it in my mind for longer than that. But I kind of want to do a bit of a demonstration of the things. It's like you've been waiting so long. I want to just kind of like give everybody just like a little taster, but not too much, just a little taste. Of the album. West, do you think you're okay for the artwork that you so wonderfully created to go up to show everybody? Now, will I just do a little kind of a little teaser taste of the album and such like that? I mean, you did create the artwork. Yeah, you did create the artwork for the album for this, kind of purpose. But I thought, since you just finished it today, you might be like, oh gosh, no, I don't want to see that for another few days or whatever, at least. Yeah, I mean, they're well within their right to go, you've tortured me enough with this, Katie. No. Please no, but it looks absolutely amazing. I did make quite a few requests for changes and probably even though West might not say it, probably drove West up the wall a little bit, but I think it's ended up in quite a good place. I could have possibly been more, could you do this, could you do that, but I only have limited funds and you should pay your artists. Always remember, pay your artists. It's a good thing to do. And artists don't work for exposure or anything like that. If you get exposure, you die from exposure. Or something, I don't know. Anyhow, if I go over to the browser tab, you should... There we go. This is the wonderful album art, which has been created by our wonderful Radford West in the chat there. I don't have like an individual thing for West here. But if you look at the end of the shout out here, you'll see a couple of links to some of West's stuff. There they are on the screen now. But yes, West has created this absolutely wonderful, beautiful art for the album, which is obviously, as you can see, called Princess. It is about a transgender fairy tale princess who kind of discovers that's what she is. And yeah, so I think what I'll do is just, we can have the picture up on the screen here. What is that? What is that emote? Where's my pointer? It's a little kind of just a sippy kind of thing. It's just sitting in the background, probably not saying things, keeping quiet. Yeah, not complaining. I don't know. Anyway, let us ignore that line of thinking. But I do have the playlist on my computer here of the album. There's 12 songs. It's roughly about 40 minutes in total. And what I'm going to do, I think I've seen this heard this before somewhere else, but it's just like the first 5 seconds of each of the songs, and we can skip through and you can have a listen to that. So there's many more seconds in the songs and in the album. As I said, 5 seconds for each of the 12. That's going to give you 1 minute. You've got another 39 to go, and so let's just do a little taster of it first.
I felt just like a frog sitting on a log. I wanted to go to the ball dressed in the finest clothes of all, to look up from a second go all out. I'm waiting for fate to smile down so I can live my life. She thinks she's so full of wisdom, but she's full of lies. She'll be confused by your truth and it. I ask my mirror on the wall, who's the blandest of them all? A curse to a kiss, to a dress, to a princess. I'm dressed to impress. With my stress you can see from the bell.
A little bit more of this one. Doesn't give too much away. So there you get 20 seconds of that last one. So, extra bonus content. The album and such like that. But yeah, that is like the first 5 seconds of the first 11 songs, and then the first 20 seconds of the last song of the album. Yeah, it's ready. Well, it's not quite ready to go. I need to put this artwork into the lyrics videos that accompany it, and then render those out, and just find a time for when people will be good to watch it and stuff like that. So let me just go back over here. Let me get rid of the artwork on there. So let me just check something quickly, because I've been trying to organise for when might be a good time to do it and such like that, but I don't think that I'm getting. Yeah, I haven't got, as far as I can see. Oh dear. But yeah, it's fine. I'm just impatient. I wanted to show these people. I wanted to play this for people for as much as it's been in my head, and as I've been recording it and working on it, and it's been getting better and better, and it's like this, gosh, I really wish people could hear this and whatever, But eventually, soon, possibly. I mean, I'll just say possibly. This is not written in stone or anything like that, but there's a possibility that it might be later on this week. So if you're interested in hearing the album on release day, I kind of said, I think in my Discord, maybe I said here, it's to have a release party for the album, or maybe since we're not going to have party or whatever, we're just going to have a slightly low key kind of affair, and maybe you can be a album release tea party instead, where we can just sip tea and stuff like that, and just have some biscuits or something like that. So if you want to get prepared for such a thing, Make sure you have your favourite tea available for maybe later this week. As I said, maybe my Friday stream, maybe my Sunday stream, depending on when people will be around, or when most people will be around, whatever. I don't know. I want as many people who want to be around, but obviously trying to wrangle a group of people is a difficult thing, especially for somebody who doesn't really have those kind of skills. But I'm going to try and see what I can do. So hopefully later this week we should be able to do a release party for this album. So get your favourite tea ready, get some biscuits ready to do a little dunk in the tea, or if that's like a crime, maybe get some like sandwiches, cut them into triangles, maybe get some scones or scones, depending on what you want to call them. You know, apparently with scones and scones, apparently scones is the common way of saying it, and scones is the posh way of saying it. But it always seemed to me like they would be the other way around, like, oh, fetch me those scones, would you? And that kind of thing. And oi, give me a scone. Where is it? It was there. It's gone now. Kind of thing. But yes, and I'm well aware. I just put people's classes into accents and stuff like that, and I'm an awful person and such like that. But anyhow, now that everybody knows I'm an awful person, if you didn't know that before, let's carry on if you wish. So yeah, possibly later in the week, possibly during my usual stream times. If you're really interested, please go to my Discord and make your voice heard. That should work. Or say in the YouTube comments or whatever. But if it's YouTube comments, it might be a little bit too late, depending on when you're watching it or whatever. The album might have been out for many, many years. You may be watching this in a fallout shelter in the year 4006 or whatever, just trying to suck the cold out of the ice cube you found, or that was given out very benevolently by the son of Bezos, who sent it down from Jupiter. But anyway, now that we've got this cynicism out of the way, now we're probably gonna have more cynicism later on. But anyway, yeah. So it's a possibility that we might be getting some album later on in the week. Be hype. But also, before we go on to this magazine, I should have things set up for, that is a Kogo who I would say is very hype. I do have another thing. I recently came across a vegan online supermarket where I can get lots of nice vegan things. I have ordered many things like the bag of sweets, which I could have got from other places, but I got from them this time. But there is, if I go in the right folder here, I did a review of a thing that I got from them. And let me just make sure this opens up in the right program and doesn't start playing so much. There we go. And there you go. You can see it on the screen there. That's fine. So this is obviously Tracy on here. And this is the snacks. I mean, I did show a little bit of it. I don't know if I have the wrapper flipped around, because it's a nice holographic wrapper. It looks absolutely wonderful and whatever. So this is me and Tracy reviewing some sweets. I might want to turn the volume up on it actually, so you'll be able to hear things. So please enjoy. I don't know if I give it a name in the video itself, but I decided to call it Katie and Tracy Try Something Tasty. So please enjoy.
Are we going yet?
Yeah, we're going. So look at what I got over there.
Wow, it's awesome. It says, "Your Dynamite." Wow, that's cool. Am I Dynamite?
Yeah, you're TNT.
I'm Dynamite.
Yeah. So what do you think? It's got some pictures of some like dinosaurs and things. It's all very nicely holographic and shiny and things like that.
It's very mesmerizing. I could look at it all day.
It's that good, is it? And it says like gummy dinosaurs. And you know what?
What?
They're all vegan.
Wow, that's amazing.
So let's have a look and see what's inside them. I'm going to have to flip it around, so I'm going to put the camera down.
Okay. I'm still here, by the way.
I just turn the thing around and so that we can see what's going on here. Here we go. Here's the back. It says, what you can read things. What does it say at the top here?
Close me up and keep me fresh, so you can eat them not all in one go.
That's a very sensible thing to do, isn't it, Tracy?
Yeah, don't eat all these in one go. I mean, you probably could if you wanted to, but it's probably not the best thing to do.
It's probably not the best, no. What's it say here?
Holla for the holographic pouch. Get serious glow chiller vibes from this dreamy sweet pouch. What does that mean?
I have no idea what it means, Tracy. I get the hollow for the holographic, but I don't know the rest of it.
That's okay. It also says, "You're dynamite." Yeah, we already saw that, didn't we?
I think we already saw that, yes. And there's also like a joke down here. Can you read the joke?
Suitable for vegetarians and vegans. I don't get it.
That's not the joke, Tracy. The joke is underneath. Okay.
It says... Oh, hang on. Let's try and get this in focus.
Yeah, let's try and get this in focus.
How do you ask a dinosaur out for food? You say, "Hey, Tracy, do you want to go out for food?"
Yeah, but there's also like a joke there too.
Oh, okay, hang on. It says... I don't know what it says.
It's upside down, Tracy.
Wow. I can't read upside down. Can you read it?
Sure. It says... T-Rex?
Well, that would only work if you're asking a T-Rex out for dinner, wouldn't it?
It would only work if you're asking a T-Rex. If you're asking a Tracy, you'd say, T-Racy?
I kind of get it.
That's good.
Shall we have a look at what they're like?
Yeah, well, I need to actually, like, undo it and everything, so I'm going to need to put the camera down to undo it, and then we can have a look and see what they're like.
Cool. Let's do that. If you put the camera down.
Yeah, cool. Hold on a moment now, Tracy. Let me get this open.
I can't wait to see what they're like.
Let's have a look a little bit. Hang on, I've got them. Yeah, oh. They might have... I don't know, I think there's only maybe one type of thing. Let me see. Let me get a good one here. And see what we can find. Yeah, I think this is going to be the... Oh, gosh, they're covered in sugar, Tracy.
Oh, dear.
This is going to be a bit of a problem. I need, like, multiple hands to do that.
You can't hold me up and
use the camera, can you? Not very easily, no. So let's put it down there. Let me get this sugar off my hands. I lost your sugar.
That's okay. I'll keep everyone entertained while you're taking the sugar off your fingers. Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy, and you can't see me at the moment, but I'm still here. Oh, they can see me now, can they?
They can, yeah. So this is the little gummy dinosaur.
Cool. That looks awesome.
So I guess it's not supposed to look like kind of like you.
I can't go down like this, and it's got like the hump at the back. Oh no, it fell off.
That's okay, Tracy. Don't worry about it.
It's there now.
It's there now. But yeah, it kind of looks kind of dinosaur-y.
How does it taste?
I don't know. I haven't tasted it. I tasted the sugar.
How did that taste?
Like sugar, Tracy.
That's cool. I'm going to eat this one.
Tracy, no. You're not allowed to eat them.
Why not?
Because I haven't eaten one yet.
Oh, well, you eat one then.
Hang on. I'll just do this and have one. That's quite nice. You want one?
Yeah. They're quite nice, aren't they?
They are.
Gosh. They kind of taste like you'd expect them to taste.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, what do we think of them?
They're nice.
Yeah, they're nice. Are they dynamite?
I think that might be dynamite.
Yay! What do we do when we're doing the end of these videos? Do we say like, bye, or something?
You can if you want to.
Bye! Yay!
So there we go. That was the or an episode. Maybe there's going to be more. Maybe there's not going to be more. But of Katie and Tracy eat something tasty. But you were saying for this thing. Oh gosh, it's not really easy to see. And yes, hello. Ooh, excuse me. Ugh. Hello, Chaos. How are you doing today? You're doing well. That's good. I know that I was a bit late asking. I didn't want to interrupt the feature. There. Well, yeah, we can find out. Obviously I'm going to get some more tasty vegan treats and stuff like that, so we can have a sample of some of those things, and Katie and Tracy and me can tell you about them. It is kind of like, sad in a way that this is actually the last video that I took on my old phone before it died on me. So yeah, this is the last video that this phone managed to record. A few days or whatever before it expired for whatever reasons. Yeah, if you didn't know, Chaos, this phone, the phone that I've had for like 5 years, just decided to stop working. I woke up, tried to look at the time on the phone. It's like, it doesn't work. Nothing's coming up on it. Oh dear. So yeah. But this was like the last video I was taken. There are some more videos that you haven't seen that I did take on the phone, but they are not ready because they need some editing. That one didn't need editing, even though there was the blank intervals in the middle. It could have done with some editing, but obviously I started talking and Tracy started talking in the middle of them, so we couldn't really do much of an edit of them. So yeah, I have to see what the video recording and stuff like is on my new phone when I get one. Hopefully tomorrow. Gosh, I really hope so. It seems to be going well at the moment. I had a notification to tell me that it was dispatched, at least. So, there is that. But yeah, so I'll need to pop that episode there into the rotation on KTE TV. And yeah, so let me actually turn the desktop audio down so the Amiga doesn't blast everybody's ears out and such like that. But yeah, so I think I've said everything that I need to say at the moment. Yeah, get hype for album release and stuff like that. Chaos, I don't suppose you're around to listen to the snippets of the songs from the albums which I played. Let me just do another one just quickly to go through this one. I did like 5 seconds from the start of each song. I'll just do like a couple of notes or whatever from the first few seconds of the songs or whatever. We go through it really quickly. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's not from the album. This is from the album.
I felt just like a frog.
And there we go, this one.
Princesses wear their dresses. I wanted to go to the ball.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for fate to smile.
And then we got this one, which, I'll play a little bit more of. This is a good speaker test, by the way. At the moment, you've just got the boop, 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 boop going on. It's wonderful. If you can hear the bass, your speakers are good. If you can't hear the bass, yes. If you can't hear the bass for this song, you might want to find some speakers or headphones where you can hear the bass. Anyway, that's far too much of that song to listen to. And then there's got some more of this one. I think it's going to be pretty catchy. You can hear the bass, that's good.
Who's the blindest of them all? It answers me by sharing me. A curse to a kiss to a dress to a princess.
This is the one with a fancy, lots of people singing over the top of each other thing at the end that I did. But yeah, as I said, that's your sampler for the album. I'm glad that you think it's going to be catchy, and I'm glad you think I'm a good. Chaos. I mean, that's not new news that you think I'm a good, but it's still welcome news whenever it comes up. It's like, oh, your friend is back in town. Oh, good, I'm happy, or whatever. I don't know, I'm just waffling at the moment. Me? Waffle? Gosh, I haven't just been doing that for the last 55 minutes. Or 50 minutes near minus the My Amiga song at the start. Anyhow. But yeah, hopefully later on in the week we'll get the album release tea party going on. So Chaos, as I said, get your stocks of tea, your favourite tea, get some biscuits, or you might call them cookies, get some square sandwiches of, you know, vegan ham or whatever you fancy, and such like that. Some scones or scones, some little tea cakes if you want. I'll probably just have some like tea and maybe some biscuits, you know. Katie has some biscuits. I might even have some bourbon creams. My question, do people call them bourbon creams, or do they call them bourbon creams after the drink? Which I imagine that's kind of what they're named after. But then, at least in my family, or from where I'm from, we just used to call them bourbon creams, because I don't know, kids don't know about bourbon, and the ones that do, well, they're busy doing other things. Anyhow. So yeah, that's enough pre-waffle. Now we get enough pre-waffle. Now we get to the pre-waffle, of course, which is this one. This is what we're doing. Gosh, Katie almost forgot. Let me pop this back down at the bottom here now. So this is the magazine we're going to be looking at. It's issue 23, December of 1993. Surprisingly not the Christmas issue, as I said. The next issue is the Christmas issue, and we'll do something fancier than looking at, you know, the charts and things like that. We'll look at something else instead. Maybe a couple of other things. Maybe I'm going to do those after the magazine, because I'm not quite sure how long it's going to take. But yeah, so for £3.95, you know, factoring for inflation and stuff like that, you could get a bourbon name dating from the 1930s. Comes from the former royal house of Bourbon. So Bourbon maybe is the way that it might be said, Bourbon or something, I don't know. Anyhow, so we have on the cover of this, I remember these discs. These are actually like see-through discs. They was obviously green and a blue plastic, but you can actually kind of see like they had like inside these discs a kind of a little which got a felt disc on the side, and then you had the magnetic disc, which if you have to ever took one of these discs apart, it's very flimsy and whatever, and it's surprised they don't tear themselves up or whatever, but they've done, you know, they usually do pretty well at keeping in one piece and whatever. These little slidey things could, you know, sometimes get like stuck at a different angle, get stuck into the drive if they kind of like splayed out a little bit. So you'd put the disc in. Hang on, how am I going to do this? Yeah, you put the disc in the drive like this, and it'd like splay out like that, and then not be able to pull back out. So you'd pull it hard enough that you can actually just like dislocate, that's probably not the right word, but dislocate this metal bit from the disc, and then go digging inside the disc drive for the rest of it. And hopefully the spring hasn't pinged off somewhere and caused a short circuit or whatever. But anyway, Katie's history with these kinds of discs. But I do remember this one. This was like a good, as I say, kind of like partially see-through green. This was a partially see-through blue. Very nice. Bourbon County in Kentucky is named after them, hence the drink. Okay. So yeah, bourbon, or bourbon, or whatever it is, actually. You can say it however you want to say it, really. But we can see these got some 3D images here. I think we've seen these kind of 3D images before. We've definitely seen the cow before. And look at the psychedelicness of this cow. Very good. Oh yeah, you'll notice we've dropped a follower, especially if I go back over here. We've dropped a follower. It's okay. Starly, that doesn't mean you're off the hook about the scar thing, but you can take your time on that. It's fine. But let me go back to this here. And they've got, I think this is supposed to be like a Bourbon Street in New Orleans, or Norlands, which is another way to say it. But yeah, I think they've got this John Lennon slightly look-alike here, especially with the glasses, just to do this magazine cover. But of course, we can't just go straight into the magazine. Katie has to waffle. So this is what we saw before. The end of November going into December, we had a look through this week's charts here. So we'll just have a little bit of a reminder. We have, this is leading up to Christmas, so what's going to be the Christmas number one for 1993? We have Contending, I'd Do Anything for Love, but I won't do that. It's been number one for quite a few weeks on there. We have Elton John and Kiki D. We have Mr. Blobby. We have some Bryan Adams and Dina Carroll, some U2 and Frank Sinatra. We have some Doobie Brothers. We have Janet Jackson, M People, Soul Asylum, and some Village People, a re-release of the YMCA, some Bee Gees, and For Whom the Bell Tolls, which is not the Metallica song. Let me tell you, it's definitely not the Metallica song. Anyhow, going on to the first full week of December of 1993. Oh no! It's happened already. From the 5th of December to the 11th of December 1993. Yes, Mr. Blobby. Mr. Blobby of Mr. Blobby fame. With the song Mr. Blobby got to number one. Damn you, Blobby. Dislodging Meatloaf. He'd do anything for love, but he won't sing Mr. Blobby. And yeah, I feel like the name of the label here is very appropriate to Destiny music. It was always the destiny of Mr. Blobby to get here. But then if you're taking the labels to mean something, Meatloaf won't do that because no, let's not go there. Anyhow, it doesn't make sense. So anyhow, coming in new at number 5, you have Prince with Controversy, and then later on we have Dina Carroll with The Perfect Year, trying with a different song. We already have Dina Carroll here with Don't Be a Stranger, and trying very hard to get to the top spot. Cypress Hill, Ain't Going Out Like That. Pet Shop Boys with I Wouldn't Normally Do This Kind of Thing. Blind Melon, No Rain, the little tap dancing bee. I remember that from the video. Don't know if I know the song. Might be able to recognise the song if I heard it, but definitely remember the little tap dancing bee child. Anyhow, UB40, Bring Me Your Cup, indeed. Gabrielle with I Wish. Bad Boys Incorporated, Walking on Air. Peebo Bryson and Regina Bell, A Whole New World, Aladdin theme. Well, there we go. So this is when Aladdin was released. I didn't know it was Peebo Bryson and Regina Bell who did the voices. But there we go. Now you know, and now I'll probably forget. Poor old Peebo and Regina. Anyhow, we have Lisa Stansfield with A Little Bit of Heaven on there as well. We have Funk Dubious with Wop Bapaloo Bop, or What Bam Boom, probably. Okay, let me just have a look at this. West is trying to distract us, and it's working. It's working. This is... Oh no. So yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to get into it a bit later on. But this is a real horror scene going on here. Hopefully there's no copyright issues and things like that with any kind of sound and stuff like this. But let us load up this here. Somebody replacing the nun in this film with with Mr. Blobby.
Who's that?
There we go. We can turn the sound down a bit. Oh no. Go back. Yeah, let's just break up the sound a little bit and whatever, just so that we don't get any copyright problems and such like that. It's loading as well. What's difficult about this? What's difficult about this? Twitch? Why? Oh, not Twitch. Things that Meatloaf will do. Forget the way you feel. Yes, exactly. This is what it means. We'll get onto that, but oh no. And hello, Lorodian. Nice to see you. But yeah, this is a horror movie where the horror character, oh gosh, is replaced by Mr. Blobby. Oh no, that's going to be like, yeah, we don't want to have that playing too much for copyright reasons or whatever. But let's have a little bit of playing here. We got some guitar playing here, and yeah, it's stuttering or whatever. But this is obviously this person called Matthew Frighton. This. Oh, hello, more bits as well. Not on for long. Well, hopefully you enjoy whatever you see when you're around and such. Oh right, okay. It's not just my internet or whatever. It's just Twitter being twittery. Let's count out some of the sound effects just in case. Are we going to get the famous catchphrase? Oh gosh. Yeah, just cut things out on and off. So we hopefully don't get problems with copyrights and things like that. I mean, if sound effects from Medieval can get taken, then so there we go. Yes, that's brilliant. Thank you for linking to that, West. But yes, we've come to realise that the official single charts of the UK in the start of December of 1993, we've got Mr. Blobby already at the top of the charts, threatening the Christmas #1. Oh gosh, yeah, if you don't know about Mr. Blobby is Mr. Blobby. But yeah, we have that which we saw, Diana Ross, FKW Seize the Day, Thunderdome. I don't know if this has actually got something to do with Mad Max or whatever, but Mad Max Thunderdome actually came out a long time before this. Anyhow, K7, Come Baby Come, oh dear. Sybil, my love is guaranteed. I shall stamp it. Just to make sure that you know my love comes with a full money-back guarantee. Top of the time zone, indeed. Demolition Man, I think, I can't remember, I didn't look that up, I don't think. In excess, please, you got that. REM, Find the River. Let me just mention a couple of the people here. Blair, which one? Sorry, you were saying, and people were saying other things, but let me just mention, let me do some shameless self-promotion here. West has done some wonderful art for the album. Hopefully, if I load this up, you should be able to see it. Yeah, there we go. West has done some wonderful art for my album, which is, releasing imminently in the next few days, hopefully. We will have a stream where we do this. If you want to have an idea of when that's going to be, yeah, if you want to know when it's going to be, then please follow in Discord. I know Rodian and Morbitch are both in the Discord anyway, so you can probably see what a mess I made of asking people questions and stuff like that. I don't do very well at organising things, but hopefully it'll all work out and I don't upset too many people, whatever. It is very good as well. I asked actually West to make it a little bit more textury. I was like, the texture's good, but give it more. But yeah, it's a very good one. As I said, I asked West for like a lot of different tweaks and changes and things like that, and I think it's ended up in a very, very good place. Make it pop. Did I say make it pop? I probably said make it pop. I don't think I said that directly to West, but it might have been like on my mind at least. But anyway, people have been saying things. So yes, the things that Meatloaf won't do. It's there in the song. It's not. I mean, I think people have been saying, is it about up the kind of thing, and Meatloaf has been saying for years, no, it's not about that. I think at one point he actually did admit that, okay, finally it's about that, just to probably stop people asking him or whatever. You need something, but I don't know what. Yeah, that je ne sais quoi, but West knew, or something like that. West was very, very patient with me, unless West was stabbing things whilst I couldn't see them. Let me know, Stars, or don't let me know, Stars and Starly, whether that was actually the case. But yeah, Meatloaf says in the song, Meatloaf will not forget the way you feel right now. Meatloaf will not forgive himself if we don't go all the way tonight. Meatloaf will not do it better than he does it with her. Meatloaf will not stop dreaming of you every night, and Meatloaf will not realise it's time to move on, and Meatloaf will not be screwing around. There's a lot of things he won't do. He'll do anything, but he won't do those things. And yes, Morbits was saying that they'd watched a couple of horror films, The Blair Witch and The Woman in Black. I've seen the Blair Witch. It was just kind of like, okay, I don't get it so much, but then, I'm not really a horror movie kind of person. But anyway, so let's see, we have REM on there. You have Jodeci, Cry For You, EYC, Feeling Alright, and Katie Lang, Just Keep Me Moving. Excuse me, what's it? Adava, Respect. Soul City Orchestra, It's Jurassic. Now, do you think this is a riff on the whole Jurassic Park and whatever? Possibly, yes. Going to Woman in Black was more spooky than Blair Witch Project. Okay. As I said, I'm not woman for that kind of thing. Oh, look! Take That had come in with Babe, not from the movie with a pig, but gosh, I probably know the song. I can't think of it at the moment. Is it that? Actually, it's kind of like, Babe, I'm here again. It's that one, isn't it? That's the one. Gosh, I know far too much about 90s boy bands and stuff for a cishet white man. Turns out I wasn't quite a few of those things. But still white, of course. Anyhow, yeah, knocking Mr. Blobby down to number 2 here. Knocking Meatloaf down. Yeah, you have Chackadees from Pliers featuring Jack Radix and the Taxi Gangs with Twist and Shout. All these people vying for this sacred top spot, which we're going to find out in the next click over, who actually manages to wrestle the number 1 spot here. But Mr. Blobby is still there. Oh gosh. We have some moving up. We have E17 with Alright, everything's going to be alright on there. We have Bat Out of Hell from Meatloaf as well coming in here. Obviously, people like wanting to find out about his backstory, back issues, whatever. Yeah, and then we have Frankie Goes to Hollywood with The Power of Love, and it's not the whole Back to the Future. That's the power of love. It's the power of love. That one instead. Reissued, trying to get that Christmas number 1 spot, but not really doing very good, coming at number 15 there. So all you have to do to come in higher is relax, Frankie, when you want to come in higher. Anyhow, you have New Order with Spooky. Remember No Limit? Yes, that actually was one of the ones, I think maybe in this previous year. But I don't know. Spooky by New Order. I don't know a lot of things by New Order. We have our resident New Order aficionado, Chaos. I don't know if she's around at the moment, but now I just want to say, if Chaos is around, I did have like a flick through the VOD that I missed on Monday, and it was very interesting. It was some interesting videos that you showed there. We have Ice-T, That's How I'm Living. We have Cliff Richard, Healing Love. Oh gosh, we have a few years before the big Cliff Richard one, Dungeon Master and its sequel, Dungeon Master. I have heard of Dungeon Master. I don't really know that I've played it, but I know other people that I know have played it. No, 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 no. Oh, hang on, what's it? No, 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 no. I don't remember. No, I don't think you've put it to go to the actual rhythm there, or I'm just messing it up, whatever. But we have Nirvana with All Apologies, and another song which I could say, but I don't feel like doing so. Hadaway with I Miss You on here. Michael Jackson, Gone Too Soon on there. Saint Etienne, I Was Born on Christmas Day. They're really trying that Christmas #1 thing, coming in hot at 41. So I'm not quite sure they're going to be right to the top. Chaos Strikes Back. You're making me think of another thing. Probably just like the Chaos engine. That's what I'm thinking of. We have Awesome 2 Unlimited here, Maximum Overdrive. That's probably where you got the 2 Unlimited thing from. Or maybe not. We have Alex Party with Alex Party, Saturday Night Party. We have Brian May, The Last Horizon. Some more I Will Always Love You, Whitney Houston. Obviously a hit earlier in the year, trying to get back in, just to nudge into the top of the charts there. I was a 14-year-old teenager watching Nightmare. Yeah, I've talked about Nightmare before and such like that. It was a very, very iconic kind of thing, wasn't it? Especially the very creepy. I mean, I don't necessarily have a thing for horror movies scaring me, whatever, but like the body horror kind of things, especially with the weird kind of uncanny valley body horror stuff, like the CG of the bits of the armor and the face falling off of that character in that TV show. We have the Millionaire Hippies with Iron Music, Hear Me, Gloria Estefan with Montuno, Aerosmith with Amazing. I'll say Montuno. That's not the one by Lil Nas X, is it? What's that? Montero, is that one? I'm thinking. Anyway, we have Aerosmith, Amazing, Cocteau Twins, Winter Wonderland, and Frosty the Snowman. Okay, Mad Jocks, Party 4. PJ and Duncan, not even Ant and Dec at this point. PJ and Duncan, Tonight I'm Free. So if you didn't know, in the UK we have these two TV presenters known as Ant and Dec. They came from a BBC Kids drama called Biter Grove in 1989 as very young people, and they were known as PJ and Duncan in Biker Grove. And yeah, they did some songs and stuff like this, like let's get ready to rumble, let's get ready, let's get ready, and such like that. What was the accent? It's supposed to be whatever. Geordie, that's the one. Biter Grove. Pet. Yeah, so there we go. So yeah, they actually had Ant and Dec later on, but yeah, mostly PJ and Duncan earlier on, and whatever. Underworld with Spikey and Dogman Go. Obviously, I know Born Slippy from them, made obviously quite famous from Train Spotting. There we go. Right Said Fred, Hands Up, For Lovers. This looks like a phone. This doesn't look like an album cover. This looks like a phone. We were looking at phones before, because if people don't know, my phone, which I've had for 5 years, died yesterday. Go West Ketchup Boys. I don't know if I'm familiar with that. Geordie calls the AAA. The operator asks, "Are you overheating?" But Geordie says, "Nah, I'm under Biter Bridge." And overheat. I think I get it. Go left for the AA advert. There's an AA advert. I don't know. I'm getting confused. Unless I haven't watched adverts or commercials for a long time, and the only ones I have watched are ones which Chaos has been showing on her channel, like the what was it? It's just like a mini mall. It'll give context. I feel like I need it. We have Ice Cube with Really Dough. We have Baby D with Destiny. Baby D. It seems. I think I know that one. Is that the Let Me Be a Destiny or something like that? Maybe. We have Stackabo, another song by them. Down the Drain. I only really know the Here We Go Again song by them. Exeter Bram Clean Boys Choir, Remembering Christmas. Really trying for that Christmas #1, but coming in at 73. Don't think it's going to do that. Go west where the Ketchup Boys been adapted with the A adverb. Just go left now. Okay. Do you mean Pet Shop Boys? Or I think you possibly mean Pet Shop Boys as, but they weren't. Did they do the original? I don't know who did the original. Rod Stewart, People Get Ready. I don't know if I said that. Apparently there's Jeff Beck in there as well. Pet Shop Boys. Yeah, there we go. And also, so who gets the Christmas number one? Because obviously this is going to go up to the 25th here. So who gets the Christmas number one? Blobby, blobby, blobby. Ba 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 ba. Yes, if you don't know about Mr. Blobby, we'll see more later on. DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. We've seen them on the chart as well. Fire. Oh gosh, if you don't know about Mr. Blobby, just look up the song Mr. Blobby by Mr. Blobby. I think you'll get some kind of idea of what Mr. Blobby was like. But as I said, we'll have a look in the future. Yeah, Take That couldn't quite take it. Shackleys and Pliers were really trying to get up there, but they couldn't. Bee Gees were even kind of like hotly coming up, and same with E17. Meatloaf still dropping down. Be nice to yourself, yeah. If you like cursed things, go on a deep dive into Mr. Blobby. Look up the theme park. Oh, gosh. But if you don't like, Mr. Blobby did turn out to be better just than Noel Edmonds, though. And I don't know, from what I've seen, apart from him driving a taxi, because he wants to possibly drive in taxi lanes and stuff like that, I haven't heard anything overly negative about him. But obviously I don't keep up the celebs gossip and stuff like that. So I don't know. Anything new coming in the chart, wanting to like snipe, do an eBay snipe right at the last minute here. Wow, K7 would coming right up the chart, from 37 up to 13, doing pretty well there. But yeah, I think in the Christmas week, oh no, you have that person. Let's not worry about that person. You have Hulk Hogan with green jelly. I'm the leader of the gang. Oh gosh, well that's a collaboration, isn't it? Hulk Hogan with green jelly. That's the thing. I need to look that up later. We got some Ave Maria coming in here. Yeah, not a lot of new ones coming in the chart, because obviously they think if we wanted to go for the Christmas number one, we want to come in early to try that one. But we do have Craig McLachlan with Grease. I think that's like oh no, it's not a re-release. It's just an Aussie soap actor doing a bit of singing, like before him, Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan got very famous for doing, but Craig, not quite as much, I don't think. And we have the Ignorance, Fat Girls with a PH at the start. And what else do we have here? Robert Plant, If I Were a Carpenter. Skin with the Skin Up EP. I'm guessing that's not Skin from Skunk and Nancy. I think that's possibly before that. And yes, yeah, so the Blind Melon is like, gosh, they all look like they have no eyes. Yep, Mr. Blobby, top of the charts. Clubhouse featuring Carl, Light My Fire. We have Rotterdam, Termination Source, Merry Xmas, and The Fall Behind the Counter. But yeah, so this was... It's Christmas by Slade, yeah, but that can't top the chart every year, especially not in the pre MP3 or Spotify or whatever kind of thing era. But yeah, Blobby, Blobby, Blobby got to number one, and did Blobby, Blobby, Blobby stay at number one? Yep, for the rest of the year, Blobby, Blobby, Blobby stayed at number one. And then who else do we have on here? Anyone coming in hotly into the chart to try and get the New Year's number one, which is not really a thing. We have Pearl Jam with The Daughter. Obviously, I know Jeremy by them. I did buy one of their later albums, and it's like, it's kind of okay, but let's see what else we have here. Yeah, not a lot coming in the chart because it's like it's pointless at this point. We have Phil Collins, both sides of the story, and the time frequency, real love. Mr. Blobby cannot be defeated by mortal man. Mr. Blobby was created in the minds of mortal men and gained sentience and wreaked havoc upon the world. And Darling Love, All Alone at Christmas here. All Alone, right down to number 72 in the charts. But yeah, so that is then going into the new year, 1994, which you won't see for a couple of weeks, at least. Because we have the Christmas issue of the thing. I don't know. I'm not aware. But you are confusion. I am much confusion most of the time, so it's okay. So what's happened in December of 1993? Can we end the year with, well, without a bang, really? No, that's National launches a space shuttle Endeavour. There we go, to repair the optical flaw in the Hubble Space Telescope. Yes, I remember about this. They sent it up there, and they couldn't use it because, you know, some of the mirrors weren't pointing the right way or bent or something like that. I think I remember. Yep, there's other stuff going on here. Yep, it's not great stuff happening here. Oh gosh, don't click. Oh look, id Software's Doom is released, becoming a landmark title in first-person shooter video games, becoming the kind of genesis, really, of the popularity of first-person shooter video games, because at the time they didn't really have a name, and for a while afterwards they were called Doom-likes. Eventually getting the moniker of first-person shooter, but for a while first-person shooters were just called Doom-likes. You know, like you have roguelikes and things like that. So yeah. Yeah, a lot of not great stuff happening around here. The first corrected image of the Hubble Space Telescope, that one, are taken, which is good. And yeah, not much else to say at the end of the year there. But who was born at the end of 1993? Anybody we know? Anybody we know? Let's find, oh gosh, where it is. Doom to Quake, Doom 2, Quake 2, Duke Nukem 3D. Yeah, I remember, I probably said before, I remember getting the map editor for like, it's probably just Quake, and just getting the button texture and just spreading it all over one huge wall which went up and across for a long way, just to kind of like see what the graphical fidelity was like of the monitor that we had, and like flicking it between like 320 by 200 or whatever, and then 640 by 400, different modes like that, and seeing what the difference was, how many more squares and pixels I could see and stuff like that. I was a weird child, but then again, I'm a weird adult. Moving on, we have December. Gosh, I've heard of this person, Megan Trainor. Is that the person who was all about the bass? Yeah, I was the person who was all about the bass. Yep, and a lot of other people. Oh, she looks slightly familiar. What's she been in? Bates Motel, Vanity Fair, I don't know. Don't know if I've seen. No treble indeed. A song which, like many other songs very similar to it I've said in the past, is a good kind of heart behind it, but it doesn't quite hit the mark, because it's always like, fat girls are best, you skinny girls, oh gosh, you would want skinny girls, but fat girls. It's just switching the tables around. It's like, there's probably lots of parodies about it, I imagine. It's just like, you're not making it better, you're just reversing things where, you know, if you were, you know, successful, then you'd have, anyway. But yeah, that's enough of ranting. We won't look at the deaths there. Do we have anything else? Since we're like, this is the last time we'll be looking at this page. Weird Al hasn't riffed on it. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know, sometimes maybe Weird Al thinks it's too obvious for me. I mean, but yeah. Ooh, a thing happened. I had a follow. Thank you. Well, maybe not thank you to the follow there. Because I think maybe the follow is a not good faith follow. We're in space in deep trouble. Yeah. Do you know who did it? Let's see here. Yeah, that was, we want to go to December here. Yeah, not great. Not great things happened. The Queen speaks of her hopes for peace in Northern Ireland in her Christmas Day speech. Because if you don't know, in the UK, a tradition is the Queen talks to people in a Christmas and stuff like that. That's pretty much all you need to know. Just a little talk. I don't think I've ever watched a single one of them. But yeah, just look through that. What else do we have? Publications. I think we don't have any specific things for December. Hermione Caulfield, who is that? Mission Impossible, Rogue Nation, Mr. Holmes, Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. Okay. Oh, Star Wars, The Last Jedi. There we go. So this person has appeared in those things there, and I think that's basically it for that. What do we have in British television for December? The Borg is deep trouble. So it's a kind of a Star Trek parody. Well, here we go, December. I tried to all about the Borg. Okay, right, I get it. I tried to not scroll down too far when we were looking at things before. But yeah, Mr. Blobby, a novelty song inspired by Noel's House Party, character of the same name, tops the UK singles chart. After being replaced a week later by Take That Babe, the song returns to become the 1993 Christmas #1. And yeah, if you don't know about Mr. Blobby, let us just... Well, that's a cartoon version of Mr. Blobby. That's the single Mr. Blobby. That was what the single artwork was. But Mr. Blobby himself, let us bask in the glory. Mr. Blobby in a park. That's just absolutely perfect, isn't it? So, I mean, I think that... sorry, I'm just gonna just do things here. But yeah, I think most UK people would know the horrors of Mr. Blobby. But yeah, so we have that. We go back from... Oh gosh, I've zoomed... Yes, buy more bits. Sorry, I was distracting myself slightly. Ah, dear. Sorry, I just got to do a little thing here. Do a little that. Do a little that. Okay. So, what we have here is we have, well, depends on how far we want to go back with all this thing. So, Noel Edmonds, who has been mentioned before, is this person who was the host of Top of the Pops, this one called Multicolour Swap Shop, which I don't very know much of. Early versions of Top Gear, which you may know. Tally Addicts, that was like a game show, wasn't it? Or whatever. Saturday Road Show, which goes the precursor to this Noel's House Party, which ran for a long time. And what that was it's set in a large house in the fictional village of Crinkly Bottom, leading to much innuendo, as you can kind of imagine there. But there's a lot of Saturday night entertainment. They had like the gunge dropping on people. People probably aware of shows which have things like gunging and stuff like that in them. This had the Gotcha Oscar. It's basically, this is where Mr. Blobby came from. It's basically pranks pulled on celebrities. Wonder if they kind of gave birth to Mr. Blobby in the Gotcha segment. This and so yeah, they had the Gotchas. They had other things as well. The thing which I can't remember the name of, but they did kind of a oh, you're watching the program tonight, but haha, we have a secret camera in somebody's house, and then they would turn it on and they'd watch this person just kind of like realize, oh, I'm on TV and whatever, and that kind of thing. And they'd normally like play a few pranks on them beforehand, just to kind of do that, just to kind of have a little bit of fun. But yes, the Gotchas, hidden camera practical jokes played on celebrities, and yeah, a lot of people who British people would be very familiar with got basically pranked. It's like these, basically think of any kind of hidden camera shows and whatever. It was just basically that. And they gave them like an award for being a good sport. And yeah, Mr. Blobby in 1992. Sorry, this needs a bit of a dramatic reading. In 1992, during Series 2 of House Party, the character Mr. Blobby was introduced as a way for Noel Edmonds to play practical jokes on celebrities. The success of the character resulted in a large amount of merchandise, public appearances, and even theme parks based around the character. Mr. Blobby was portrayed by Barry Kilby, except in a performance in November 1994, when, due to illness, Mr. Blobby was portrayed by Kevin Hall, a performer from the Crinkly Bottom theme park in Morecambe, yes. Mr. Blobby was dropped from the show after Series 7, but made a surprise reappearance in the final ever episode. Oh gosh, it's probably not going to be the way I imagined it, but it's the way I'm going to have it in my mind. He disappeared, never to be seen apart from at the end of the last episode. You get fade to black and then boom, 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 Blobby, Blobby, Blobby. And just a face appears. But yeah, we had the Crinkly Bottom theme parks where many Mr. Blobby attractions and stuff like that. Yeah, there we go. That's there's a place called Cricket St. Thomas. Popularly referred to as Blobbyland, and yes, there's Blobby and Mrs. Blobby. The pub called the Bottom Air, of course it is. Oh no, it's not. It's the airfield, the Crinkly Bottom Airfield, called Bottom Air. There we go. Seen past the theme park lasted one season. Yeah, it's and look, some very not Olympic rings up there. But yeah, and okay, the abandoned remains of Crinkly Bottom. Gosh, this looks monstrous, doesn't it? It's like dun 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 out of the woods in England comes. Oh my word! What is this? Cthulhu returns or something. I don't know. But yeah, there we go. This is gosh. This is something. The council sued Edmonds and unique for failing to reach the predicted targets on the grounds of misrepresentation and negligence. Yeah, YouTube videos of people exploring. I've seen some of those before. It's oh gosh. If he has to go gain the name of Blobbygate, of course it does. Of course it did. Oh dear. But yeah. But Mr. Blobby himself, who, yes, a bulbous pink figure covered with yellow spots. He had a permanently toothy grin, green jiggling eyes. Mr. Blobby communicates only by saying the word Blobby in an electronically altered voice, expressing his moods through a tone of voice and repetition. So, like, you go, Blobby, 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 or Blobby, Blobby, and things like that. But he topped the UK singles chart with the Christmas release of Mr. Blobby, and boy did he. Anyhow, moving on. The legal rights to the character owned by BBC Studios and Unique Television Limited, a company initially founded by Noel Edmonds. Does that mean Noel Edmonds has lost control of Blobby? Oh no. Yep. Mr. Blobby was presented to the celebrities as if he were a real and established children's television character in order to record an episode centred around the guest profession. In truth, there was no Mr. Blobby TV series. He was created purely for the prank. Mr. Blobby would clumsily take part in the activity, knocking over the set, causing mayhem, and saying, Blobby, Blobby, Blobby. His childish and unprofessional behaviour was calculated to irritate the celebrities taking part. When the prank was finally revealed and Mr. Blobby costume would be opened, the Mr. Blobby costume would be opened, revealing Noel Edmonds inside. Yes. Once the first Gotcha segments had aired, Mr. Blobby was no longer usable as part of Gotcha sequences. He continued to make appearances on the show, with various members of the production team donning the costume. Yeah. He became far too famous. Yeah. But there we go. There's music career. Toys and merchandising, whereas most of everything came from, most of the money was made through Mr. Blobby. We had dolls, plush toys, slippers, egg cups, condiment shakers, pink lemonade and towels, and VHS things. Hello, Destroy. We're talking about the abomination that is Mr. Blobby here. A comical blobumentary. Oh dear. Yep. Oh dear. It's a good job I'm not trying to play every tie-in now, because, yeah. In 1994, Millennium Interactive released Mr. Blobby, a platform game based on the character for Amiga and MS-DOS. The game received negative reviews from critics. The man in the Blobby suit, Barry Kilby, is a classically trained Shakespearean actor. Oh, yes. In 2008, he was working as compere for an entertainment company. He commented that working as Mr. Blobby was harder than it looks by saying, people think it's easy bouncing around saying Blobby, but they should try it. It's exhausting and demanding. I don't think anybody ever needs to don the suit of Mr. Blobby. Ever again. But, yeah, Mr. Blobby. Oof. Hostile takeover a television station here. A lot of other stuff happening here. So, Plato's Stepchildren, an episode of the US science fiction series Star Trek, is shown on BBC Two for the first time, having not been seen on British television since the original run of BBC One. Kind of slightly curious as to why, but not curious enough to look into it right at the moment. Look, Christmas Eve, we had Sean Connery and Alec Baldwin in The Hunt for Red October. We had Back to the Future Part 3 and Ghost appearing on TV then. And then, yeah, Channel 4 does the alternative Christmas message, because as we said, the Queen usually gives a speech at Christmas, and such like that. And in this year, well, not this year, but in many other years, we have the alternative Christmas message, which the channel airs its first alternative Christmas message. The broadcast features a contemporary, often controversial celebrity delivering a message in the manner of the Queen. And Quentin Crisp, who is an English writer, raconteur, and actor. It's a good word, isn't it? Raconteur. Not sure what it means, but raconteur is a good sounding word. There we go. 26th, so Boxing Day. The Wrong Trousers, the second short film starring Wallace and Gromit, premieres on BBC Two. And one of the soap operas in the UK here decided to have a plane crash storyline to win higher ratings. But they got a lot of problems because ITV received many complaints about the timing of the story, which came shortly after the 5th anniversary of the Lockerbie disaster. Which, yeah. And yeah, oh, here we go. Another first here as well. We have BBC Two airs the first Hootenanny, New Year's Eve music show hosted by Jules Holland, who is this person here, and performances from some well-known people, usually every year and stuff like that. But yeah, so we've got debuting in December. We have something, the Hootenanny, The Wrong Trousers, Shooting Stars, which is the Vic Reeves, was it? Yeah, Vic Reeves and Bob Mortimer panel game show, or panel comedy game show, and that. Oh, really? That's what episode it was it? Wow. It wasn't until 1993 it was shown. Wow. 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 Oh, dear. What we have? Family catchphrase. No, don't shoot me. What is this? The shooting? I don't know. But yeah, you had a bunch of other things happening here and stuff like that. But let's carry on. Shooting Stars. Right. Oh, right. Thank you. And then American TV, we have in December, we have some American football stuff going on, and something premiering in Nambia, but probably because it's like, yeah, I don't know. What else do we have here? Not really things I'm aware of. Captain Planet and the Planeteers returning as A New Adventures of Captain Planet. They're ending this year in December. We have The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Excuse me. And some other ones which I'm not as familiar with. What's it? Made for TV movies. Yep. A few things there as well. And births for an American television for December of 1993. We have we've got Meghan Trainor again there, but yeah. Oh, there we go. Actress, The Parent Trap, Aliana Lohan. Oh, there we so younger sister of actress and singer Lindsay Lohan. So that's probably why she was in the film then. But anyway, what else do we have? Yep, there we go. So video games, you've already seen that Doom came out in December. Let's have a look through here again. December, Madden, Sonic, Mortal Kombat. This is only for like NES and stuff like that. We've got some more stuff like there. Aladdin, of course, coming in December. Yep, the first of 2 congressional hearings on video games takes place. Topics of discussion include depiction of violence and sexual content in video games, their influence on children, and the prospect of governmental regulation of video game content. So when they started talking about that kind of thing. And notable releases, of course. Oh, no. In the arcade, we have NBA Jam. In the home, we, of course, have Doom, as well as some Gabriel Knight and Mega Man X. But yes. Widely considered to be one of the greatest and most influential games of all time, especially in the first-person shooter genre. Yeah, well, it is kind of greatest and most influential games of all time. Is maybe they can kind of claim that a little bit, but yeah. So let us see what else we have here. So science, December, we have the Hubble Space Telescope installs corrective optics, allow it to focus properly. Basically, putting glasses on the space telescope. But it had been pre-designed for such continuous improvement. I'll give it some increased magnification as well. What else do we have? December, nothing much there. And I decided to pick another random topic, and since this is the last one for 1993, might poke around a few of the other topics and stuff like this. So let's see, we have philosophy, which I don't know very much about. We have this person winning a prize. How learning of language and communication are based on socially available evidence and such like that. We have publications by these people. Yeah, so there's not much I can say about that. In literature, we have various things that happened during 1993, which people might know some of these books. Oh dear. This one's called Nude Men. You got Neil Gaiman with the Sandman things here. Never actually looked in them myself. Oh, there's a Stephen King one there. Yes, I'm being very basic with my identification of authors. Yep, Terry Pratchett, of course, Men at Arms. Here. Yeah, Train Spotting, the actual book. Train Spotting. Children's books and stuff like this. Time for Bed. Yep. All that stuff there as well. Drama books, other books, non-fiction books. Oh, so Teaching with Calvin and Hobbes. Interesting. There we go. So what else do we have? Oh, a lot of deaths in novel writing and stuff like that, as you can probably imagine. But he was born. Nobody I know. But yeah, a bunch of other things. But yeah, this is book stuff, which I'm not, incredibly up on. What else looked good? 1993 in internet culture. We already know we had the Toasternet, decentralized internet. Indeed. We had the thing about the September that never ended, didn't we? 1993 in cannabis. Let's see what happened in cannabis in 1993. Legalized cannabis in Australia and the Mardi Gras. Ha 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 ha. Get it? Because, yeah. And that's what we have there. 1993 disasters. We're not looking at that one. Festivals, crimes, professional wrestling, For anybody who knows about professional wrestling, we have Summer Spectacular, Summer Slam Spectacular, Druso Final, March to WrestleMania, UK Rampage. Yeah, I don't know if there's much more to look at with all this. So, gosh, there's an Amiga magazine, Smoked Slept 8. Yeah, seems like the basic idea of the thing. How do I do this? Yep, I do that, and then I do that. So yes, we're going to have a look at, see what these things are like on here. So when the street ain't tough enough, go play in the park. We saw this before. This is some more stuff here. Never queue an RAC rally. Check out the latest flight simulator. I mean, that's a good one. The rally sim's so lifelike you can always smell the high-octane fumes. We have liftoff. Just what you don't want to hear from your computer co-driver. He's screaming pace notes above the shriek of the engine. You're pushing it to the edge in the final thrilling stages of the Network Q RAC rally. Is this like, what do you call it? Erotic thriller novels for car enthusiasts. You're strapped into one of the 5 rally-bred supercars, speeding in the exact tracks of the 93 rally leaders. Each car handles differently. Each tests your driving skills flat out. Flying around the world's toughest rally course is one thing. Staying on Earth is another. I don't know how I quite feel about that, but you're welcome, I guess. But yes, we have a couple of things on the cover disc. One of them is a 3D, a 3D modeling program and stuff like that. Another one's a basically shoot 'em up game, which I can't get this disc to actually work in the emulator, so we're just going to look at the actual game and stuff like that. So we pop back over to here and then bring up this. Oh gosh, where's the thing gone? Here we go. Click OK, and I can see things. Here we go. I started it right from the start because there's like intro stuff and whatever. Very fancy things going on here. Do we have sound? I think we get sound later on. Here we go. We've also got it on turbo loading as well, so hopefully it doesn't take quite so long if you want to see things like this. This is very fancy. This is showing off the power of the copper chip and stuff like that, I think, of the Amiga. Pretty neat music going on here. Oh, it's loading into the game already. No hanging about listening to music for us. And well, if we had it running at the usual speed, we'd have a little bit of hanging around. But it's downloading the mission data here now. We have a drink. Doing a lot of loading of this mission data. I'm sure I put it on turbo speed, but anyway. Disk request. After all that, which would have taken longer on a normal Amiga, please put your data disk in drive DFO and press space or fire. I already have it in DF1. I put a second disk drive on here just because I knew those 2 disks, but fine. So we wait for a bit to recognize the disc, and then we press fire. And check out that font, West. Aren't you jealous of that font? I know why is my controller not working? Hang on, everybody. We have an issue. So, whilst whilst that's going on, how is everybody doing? Let me try and get back into this. Imagine a font, you know. The whole point is that you show something which looks very fancy and very eye-catching in the whole, you know, you'll catch your eye with that kind of way. So I want disk 1 again. No, I want configurations, load this. Maybe this is not what I didn't do when I should have done it. These kind of times, the times that I've kind of created the whole KTTV thing for, but Katie just hasn't done it. There we go. My joystick and things are working now. You can load into the game, wait for it all to load up, wait for it to get to this other thing, which you saw already. You can watch it all fast forwarding through here, downloading mission data. So it takes all that time to download the mission data. And then we have to put in another disk so it can download. It can load even more information. There we go. And it has fancy effects going on. We're now playing Snake? No. This is the title screen. Do you think this was written by some of the demo scene people? Really feels like it was written by some demo scene people, doesn't it? There we go. High scores and stuff like that. So yeah, let's play the game. So this is the full game because the actual cover disk version doesn't work. We have a long range scan. We're doing more loading. I think we're doing more loading. Just imagine actually wanting to get into a game rather than just watch some fancy title sequences and things. But no.
Player 1, ready.
It has voice, sampled voice. So yeah, we have this little ship here. Well, the graphics aren't working quite so well. You can shoot things. Oh gosh, slow down a bit. I think even if the graphics weren't yeah, even if the graphics weren't a bit jittery, I think I still might struggle figuring out what's going on. So yeah, I have a little map and things at the bottom here, so... Yeah, this is very difficult with the eyes. Player 1 destroyed.
Player 1, ready.
Too right, I destroyed this game. Ha ha ha. Do I have like other things available to me? But yes, visually noisy, hard to tell what's going on. Even if the last something could have been last fighter. I don't know. Gosh, ugh.
Player 1, destroyed.
Destroyed. Well done, player 1. You hit number oh gosh, my eyes. You hit number 6 in the Iridium 2 Hall of Fame. Please select your initials. No, I don't want to torture my eyes any more than that. Let me now just go to a different configuration here. And then we can get the... It's already going super fast. And I can pop in. Well, let's just go to my desktop here, and then load in the actual. Where is it? Yeah. What you'll be happy to know is that the initial thing. Sorry. Okay, so just number 1, is it? That's the thing. Let's try loading it and see what it says. You'd be glad to know. Yeah, it was disk 1, wasn't it? That you would need to unpack these things in order to see them. But fortunately, somebody already provided an unpacked image of the disk. So if we go here, we should be able to load up this, which has the unpacked version here. Now what I'm going to do is put the subscriber disk in as well, because where are we? Disk 3. There we go. Pop the subscriber disk in. What we will find is a bunch of things here, which I think all of these things that are here are just 3D models for this 3D modeling thing here. So if we just load into it kind of briefly. Fast forward? No, fast forward doesn't exist on this here. Let's fast forward by there. So this is called Imagine. I've got this menu at the top, which is kind of hard to read. But if we open... Oh yeah, I think we don't have any projects on here. But if we go to the disks, we find subscriber disk here. Yeah, it doesn't show them on here because they're not project files. We just go new, project name new. Oh, do I have to? Oh gosh, details. No, forms editor. Let's go to the project editor, detail editor. Hotline Miami. I did play a little bit of Hotline Miami. I think I got reasonably decently far in it. Was there something reminding you of that? Was there? So if you load an object here, and we go to the disks and then the subscribe disks and then the subscribes disk here, we should be able to see some of these things. So you've got a C-DOF, a Caligula, chess. Oh, we have to unpack these things first, don't we? I remember now. Can we scroll this down and then unpack these? So these will unpack to memory. So basically these are 3D models. So what do people want to see? There's like a chess piece. I had a little book of that. Voyager, that's probably going to be the Star Trek thing. A triplane, a tomahawk, probably a plane, I imagine. Some textures, which aren't going to be much there. There's going on with these leads to read. Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on there. But yeah, I don't think I found a lot of difficulty understanding where to shoot in that. This Apache, I don't know if we want to look into that. C-DOF. Well, let's see. Let's unpack the Voyager and then unpack it to RAM. Let's unpack the triplane. Caligula. Oh, that is Caligula. Did I say that? So yeah, we undo all that, and then we kind of like scroll this back up to the top. Can we please scroll this? Oh, did I break it somehow? Oh. Oh dear. Can I quit? No. Oh no. I broke it, everybody. Now I can move that as well. How do I grab this and move this now? Oh dear, I can't. interact with this anymore. And that goes away. There we go. We got this back. Here we go. We got it back. I don't know if we'll be able to find anything with the other one anymore, but there we go. We go to the RAM disk where it all unpacked the stuff here. If I put a I don't think the save is going to work here, is it? Because I didn't set up this thing here, but maybe it will. So let's have a look. I'm guessing it's DAT. The data, not a TDDD file. Okay. Try load again. Is it metric? Not a TDDD file. Okay. Load. Lib. Okay. Not a TDDD file. Okay, so I think the objects, these IOBs, so this triplane should work. Busy, there we go. And that is a triplane. I don't necessarily know how to navigate these windows. Oh, I moved things. I moved things a lot. Oh no. But yeah, you can move things across a bit like this. There's probably keys to rotate as well. Oh, and that's a rendering thing you can do there. You can do like a quick render thing as well, but I don't think we're going to get very much without any materials and things on it. It's basically a 3D bit of software and that. So object, can I cut? No. Paste attributes, mold skin. Delete object, maybe? No. Load another object? What if I tried to load the Voyager object in? This go over the top. Oh yeah, we can see. Oh gosh, no, this is not the Star Trek Voyager. This is an actual what do you call it, satellite or something like that. It was called Voyager here. And yeah, I don't know. Project editor, quit. If we do that, quit the detail editor. Oh gosh, here we go. Got the workbench down here. If we load this back up, perhaps no project open. If we open a project, is that what that other thing is? So we go to the RAM disk. Oh gosh, come here, RAM disk. There we go. Oh, did it get rid of everything out of the RAM disk? Okay, I'm guessing there's not actually a project in there. So new. No, don't do that. We did that before, didn't we? Form cycle stage. Basically, there's a lot of things. A lot of things here, which, you know, maybe we can figure out how to use it and not. But yeah, this is the 3D editing software running on slow, or comparable to now a slow computer. So it's going to be a bit of a tricky situation to play it, or to use it. So I'll just avoid it for now, I think. What do we have? This is how to get it working with 1 megabyte of memory. You have to do a bunch of stuff, set up some paths and things. Imagine, needs memory. If you only have 1 megabyte of memory, turn to page 37 for details of our RAM upgrade special offer. There you go. So this is Iridium. You shoot things. So here, yeah, let's rip the current weapon, up and down, steers the Manta, accelerate, help pauses, P pauses, and escape quits the game. Pick up will appear, metal drift towards you, pick up a weapon, fly into it. If you want to get rid of a weapon, just waggle a joystick and be returned to default. So there wasn't much more in the thing. Apparently, you got to land and blast the core with. You can fly around. Interesting. Well, I didn't get to that, obviously. What do we have? Oh, Special Reserve has changed their advertisements here a bit, haven't they? We got a Zool, as usual, here. But then look at all this. You've got just a bunch of stuff here. And then we've also got just not a lot of pictures and things here anymore. Just like lots of text, trying to pack in all the stuff they can into the adverts. Plus, you can win this car. Did we see that last time? You can win a car. Oh gosh, they really just packed in all the information, which makes it actually hard to tell what's going on. Okay. Some reason. Obviously, you can see by having looked at previous magazines, this doesn't usually happen. We don't normally get, album releases being advertised in these Amiga magazines. Gosh, they really want to make things hard to read here, don't they? CDs, when will the price be right? Oh dear. Oh, it says mind run. I was wondering what this says. Like mind bun. They upgraded a bun for Barney for the new age. Some fractals and stuff like that. Here they go, whinging about the price again. $29.99 is too much for an Amiga CD game, yet can or will publishers cut profits to see CD32 succeed? Succeed. There we go. The price of games has always been a contentious issue with software publishers and the industry as a whole blaming high figures on piracy and production costs. Without doubt, they have a case. Oh, you say that. We're approaching CD32 with caution. Once the market is bigger, we should be able to bring prices down. Okay. Oh dear. To keep the Amiga market alive and active, everyone agrees software must be more affordable. So why do the softies seem to be shooting themselves in the feet? Testing the water, seeing if people will pay more. Film licenses, we have to pay more. That's their excuse. The volume of CDs is much less. Interesting, because they're so used to producing floppies. Once the market is bigger, we should be able to bring prices down. Our PC CD-ROM products have been reduced from £50, wow, to $19.99, and eventually we hope to do the same with CD32 products. Well, a ray of hope on the pricing front. It's Team 17 at $14.99. We've achieved this price point because the game supports. We won't bring out any true CD games until after Christmas. We have to finish our A1200 stuff first. Yeah, you can see why the cracks are already beginning to form here. You can see why the cracks are beginning to form. Future Entertainment Show almost here. CD32, too good to be true. Oh no. Oh, it's like an expansion board for the MPEG unit and whatever. US robotics get slower and cheaper. That's a modem. Okay. ACID add easy touch to programming. ACID software. Blitz Basic 2. 50 new commands to the language. Wow. I already have Overdriving an Amiga. This is the Future Entertainment Show. The hottest and latest gear for your Amiga can be found at the Future Entertainment Show. Indeed. What else we have? Commodore's quadruple whammy. My word. Commodore UK's boss exclusively reveals a 4-point plan to introduce the machines by the end of the year and introduce even more powerful Amiga. Oh gosh. The full motion video board for the Tendo smashing Amiga 32 could be in shots by November. Wow. I'm looking to sell the FMV module on its own, probably £229.99, and then offer the CD32 with the module installed at a £30 savings. Guy Fieri business form. Okay. not completely up to speed with what you're meaning there, but I'm sure I'm just being whatever. CD-ROM drives now ready. People are dying to get their hands on some meaty overall processing power. Pleasance had a bombshell announcement to demolish the Macintosh Citadel. Haven't been giving the lower price, but I suspect that it may represent a cut of $100 to $150. There are some specification changes, but these are not likely to be enormous. Once again, this is why Commodore was having troubles. It's like we're just hoping that we can do better. Some brief news things here. Fake virus killers. Oh no, 2 fake versions of the popular virus program Virus Z are circulating. These rogue programs are versions 3.12 and 3.16, but it's not yet clear exactly what they do. Yeah, we've got something definitely happening down here. It's oh gosh, it's that enemy from Super Metroid, isn't it? Is it Botwoon or I can't remember. Fantoon, like. Oh, there's a thing for Amos, is it? Craft. Designed for use with both classic and pro versions. Okay. New commands. Interesting. To play noise tracker and sound tracker and other stuff as well. Could be interesting. Let's see here. That man strikes at magazines. Oh no. Fears in the industry are growing that the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Kenneth Clark, is intending to impose value-added tax on magazines at the full whack of 17.5%. Gosh, remember when it was only 17.5%? If the Chancellor announces the introduction of VAT at the November budget, many magazines will close, not this one. And cover prices are almost certain to rise. Oh dear, we regard the planned imposition of VAT by the Chancellor, or that Tory git in the suede shoes as we've taken to calling him, as a particularly misguided step. Therefore, we urge Amiga Format readers to write to the Right Honourable Kenneth Clark MP at the House of Commons, Westminster, London, and complain of this misguided tax. We don't want to pass the VAT on to readers through an increase in cover price, but unfortunately, there would be no alternative. Gosh. So once there was a land before VAT was there. Obviously, I lived in that land for a little while, but was not old enough to really appreciate things. Yeah. I guess there's some actual interesting history coming into this. The Valley. What is this? Great Valley Products. A whole thing for that. You pine for the days of the old Tory gits. I just, yeah. Whatever you want to play, we've got it. Like Zool 2. You want to play Zool 2? Let's play that. I can't remember the old Tory gits. I mean, I haven't always been, and still aren't really very knowledgeable on a lot of politics stuff. A AAA chipset. Let's see what else we've got. Is there anything interesting? The AAA. Increased performance by 10 to 20 times over the AGA. So what does it mean? Because AGA is Advanced Graphics Architecture. Is this Advanced Architecture? What it means. Chip RAM to 16 megabytes. Backwards compatible with AA and AA Plus chipsets. Compressed video data formats. 16 and 24 true-bit color modes. 32-bit blitter, 10 to 20 times the previous. 8 voice stereo sound. Wow, 8 voice stereo sound. 16-bit PCM at 100 kilohertz sample rate. That's not a lot. Usually CD quality. Obviously, we're talking about CDs. CDs are very popular. Coming into the mainstream in these years here, as we've seen. But yeah, CD quality is like, what's it? 44.1 kilohertz. I think it's 44.1 kilohertz CD quality when we've got 100 kilohertz sample rate, 16-bit, which is what, I think CDs are. But yeah, 100 kilohertz sample rate. Gosh, get ready for some crunchy audio with that. But yeah. Oh, we plan by mid next year of 1994 to have this technology actually available. Gosh, well, let me tell you about 1994. Well, let's see how far we have to go here until we know. Oh, it's still a bit far away. We've got the Christmas edition, then we've got January, February, March, April, May, June. It gets to the June issue, and the June issue looks very unassuming. If you look at it, we're just going to skip ahead a little bit, but the June issue, once it loads, it seems a little bit, it's got 3 discs on it. It seems a bit unassuming or whatever, but we have down here Commodore Shock and News in the June issue. Oh look, the price, the cover hasn't gone up at this point anyway. But yeah, we can't look at too much more at that, but that is the future that's coming. We never got to mid 1994. Commodore never got to mid 1994 there. CD32 to go stateside. Oh gosh. Launched in the US in November. A soft regional launch. Oh dear. In other words, Commodore US can't really afford much advertising, and they'll be relying on current Amiga users and retailers to spread the word and push the new product. Guess what didn't happen? You have a Jurassic Park game. Oh, an Oscar, which I don't know if we've seen. At the moment, Warm and Fuzzy Rave On. Indeed. What is this? Ambitious Technologies. The toast oven. Some extra slots to your Amiga so you can fit more lovely video peripherals. It basically looks like a PC tower. Anyway, what's this? Warner Brothers animation director Rusty Mills ran a seminar showing how GVP's image processing and drawing program ImageFX was used in the production of the new animated series Animaniacs. I don't recall. Well, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's a 3D thing. It's just a graphics processing thing. Interesting. Oh dear. An unfortunate name of this utility is called Pega. But moving on. New Amiga ready for release. A new high-performance Amiga could be released in Britain next year. Well. It says 5 Zorro 3 slots. Wow. Those are your expansion slots, your cards that go in there. There's expansion units, all the rage. 2 new video slots to the Amiga. Interesting. This is an interesting looking thing as well. It looks like it's curved, but I don't think it is curved. Oh dear. The number of exhibitors and visitors to the show were down on previous years. This could perhaps be because in the States, the Amiga has lost some serious ground to IBM compatibles and Macs over the past couple of years, as the price of these machines have become more competitive. Yes, several big companies chose not to exhibit at this show. All is not doom and gloom. There's still a huge number of new hardware and software releases coming out for the American Amiga market. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh gosh, look at that face. It's turned to the side, and it's probably for the best that it's turned to the side. The Amiga Format Annual. Excuse me. Amiga Format Annual, we've got some CD32 action on the front there. Expert opinions on the year to come. Oh no. Exclusive news on the kit you will be buying in '94. A Mac or a PC. Well, Amiga Format presents. Or Amiga Format presents Christmas presents. There we go. So let's have a look at some of the good old hardware. Yes, the super modem thing or whatever it's called. The Genius digitizing tablet. Here we go, from Daytel Electronics. So there we go. There's your predecessors to the current technology that we have. I think West might be interested in this kind of thing. As I've kind of demonstrated before, I have my tablet here, which has just the pen, which is just like I think it's like a Bluetooth kind of connection or something like that. I'm not quite so sure, but yeah, it can communicate with that. And draw things, so not quite the not quite like this. It's even got some little icons down the side where you can pick colours and whatnot. Whether you're looking for a more natural control method for painting, or an accurate way to put things into CAD programs, it's £119.99, a real bargain. That's another disk drive there. We have the Vidi Amiga. Capture high quality images from any video source. And the Miracle keyboard. The main difference is easier to lose the pen now. Yeah, there is that. So you've seen a lot about the Miracle keyboard. The Overdrive. Something here or there. Oh, gosh, I'm losing control of this here. But the Philips TV monitor from Gordon Harwood. So I remember seeing Gordon a lot, or the adverts for them a lot. But there we go. Good monitor. It's, looking at monitors like this is it's like West looking at old grainy pictures of the family and such. There's a good colour scheme as well. You got green and pink going on there. An expansion there as well. This looks like it's kind of didn't scan in properly. But any Amiga game from future Zone stores. Wonder if this is a advertisement or something like that. But we get our first view of the box for Donk, not Dong. Remember Dong? Dong changed their name to Donk, and now they look like this. Feel old yet? And we have Overkill and Sleepwalker and James Pond 2 Robocod on the CD32. There you go, and Imagine. We've got an Enterprise. Of course we've got an Enterprise. Of course we have an Enterprise. What is this? Oh, this is an upgrade. You can buy the upgrade. These cards. There's cards we can buy. There we go. There's just basically memory upgrades, so you can run the thing they put on their cover disc better. Imagine Project 1. Some donuts. Gosh, it's going to make me hungry, isn't it? With all these donuts. Look at that. Nice orange donut. And a blueberry donut. And what flavour is green? And then this nice kind of like marbled white and milk chocolate one here. Oh, purple donut. It's kind of like fuzzy as well. That kind of thing. Brick donut. I don't think I'll be eating that. Kitchen floor donut. No. That's like a lemon donut. Donuts, yeah. And a very rainbowy pistachio donut, yeah. Very rainbow one. That's... I did think I've seen that done before. Well, maybe I've kind of seen slightly done before, but having like a donut with different areas of it, different flavours. I mean, how difficult would that be to do? Anybody who actually knows how to make donuts, how difficult would it be to have different parts of the donut be flavoured differently? Have different fillings and things like that. I can imagine you just get like different doughs, put them into a ring shape, and then deep fry them. But then that's just kind of me. this is how to do it. But obviously, as I said, it's going to be moving clunkily slowly, and so it's not going to be fun to do that. And oh, look, Frontier Elite 2. This is a very fond image in my memory, this planet. I think it's Jupiter or something, isn't it? Oh, look, you can make tentacles. Do you want to make tentacles? Now you can make tentacles. But yes, David Braben presents Frontier Elite 2. 1985 Elite. Elite game is a way of life. From the Personal Computer World magazine. 1993 Elite 2. The ultimate in space adventure. Frontier is the single most important step forward for games this decade. From CU Amiga, a magazine which we haven't seen yet. Aha, I may see you, but we haven't seen them. Or something. And yeah, we have Konami and Game Tech. Multicolored flavoured donut would be doable, but a faff. Unless it was just the icing. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I might have seen like icing like that before, at least like half and half. You'd really have to like make sure the flavours actually worked as well. So it's probably a bit much to embark on, really. This is a PC screenshot. This is an Amiga screenshot. Like, this is a PC screenshot, and it's an Amiga screenshot. So they're very comparable to each other, really. There you go. Imagine Project 3. You can make dolphins. I sank way more hours than I could have been healthy into Elite 2. As I said, I tried to play Elite and Elite 2. I tried to play Frontier, and it's just like, I really love the idea of the game. I'm just really, really bad at it. As I said, coming in the future, put some money in that jar again. Coming in the future, I'm sure I'll have a go at it on stream. I'm guessing this is supposed to be a shark. It's got a very interesting colouring to it, though. And there's some other fish over here as well. Gosh, another Imagine project. Your final image should look something like this. A 24-bit image. Gosh. The quality of your image will depend on your hardware as well as your Imagine skills. Indeed. And then you can expand your imagination. You can give us more money and buy the newer version. And you too can make lumpy gangsters like this with Smarties for buttons. Only £75. So I got Amiga Swap Shop 3D competition winners. So they had some competition which I might have missed on, but this is a nice little leaf in the water. Looks pretty good. Real 3D on an A1500 with a 68040 accelerator. Rendering time 1 hour. There we go. We also got this one. Photorealistic. So this is photorealistic for the time. With 18 megabytes of RAM. So there we go. Mirror. I think that's a mirror. Looking a bit weird. Everything works well apart from the plant, which seems to be from outer space. So this plant was like apparently the... Yeah. And in a web browser and all that kind of thing as well. So yeah. And this is something with 8 megabytes of RAM. It's the fantasy category. It's really fantasy. Anyhow, okay. Just notice what's on the plates. Okay. I'm guessing that's maybe some kind of Alice in Wonderland thing going on there then. The manga revolution continues. Doomed Megalopolis. Yeah. Chapter 2, Disaster. Oh no. The Satanic Megalomaniac Kato. And then we have Crying Freeman over here. Chapter 2, The Enemy Within. Oh no. We also have Tetsuo 2 Body Hammer. Tetsuo Double Pack. Includes Tetsuo the Iron Man. Indeed. Screenplay. These are their reviewers. I'm noticing distinct lack of any women. Anyway, coming soon. What is this one here? Canine Crazy Wonder Dog Tiptoe Through Bunny Meadow. I don't recall this at all. One Dog was released in November, price $25.99 and is overpriced. Clur. Yeah, that might have been from the other magazine, the Amiga Power. So, I mean, I don't know if we'll get a chance to look at that later on, because I have waffled a lot today. I think Clur might have been in Amiga Power. The Amazon Queen, yeah, the Flight of the Amazon Queen, I think it's another point and click thing going on here. I just noticed the name of the software house. Yes, Binary Illusions. I'm sure a lot of viewers to this stream have had binary illusions in the past. Gosh, it's Terminator 2 thing. It's Monopoly. Rough and Tumble. Gosh. And look, Zool 2, everybody. It's Zool 2. With its predecessor's massive AF rating of 95% looming over it, Zool 2 has an awful lot to live up to. This time you have to battle your way through another 6 levels of platform action, taking on waves of intelligent patties with the help of a 2-headed dog called Zoon. I didn't see that. It proves to me more of a hindrance than a help. Oh dear. One of the dog's heads clever, the other's stupid, and the end result is it runs around in circles getting in your way. Yes, indeed. Those who told the tedious binary joke and those who haven't, indeed. Gremlin. Oh gosh. To make things even more interesting, publishers Gremlin have also included a female character called Zeus, who you can opt to play instead of the usual male hero. Not only does this mean more fun for female games players, but you also get twice as much gameplay, because Zool and Zeus have different ways of overcoming the same obstacles. So it's like Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. Okay. Zool 2 is released on all Amigas in November, priced $25.99, with CD32 version following in January, priced $29.99. The A12 funded version will be fully enhanced. Zool, Zeus, and Zoon from a triumvirate of ninja heroism in a bid to outwit the evil and metamorphic mental block. Okay. It changed the look of Zool slightly here. And there's Beneath the Steel Sky. Yeah, we've seen this point and click thing. Very good atmospheric drawings and stuff like that. And Simon the Sorcerer had this game, really liked it. We'll play it on stream. Money in the jar. And they had a good doggo. Available on PC and compatibles, Amiga and enhanced Amiga. Indeed, but yep. So, warning, this game contains dangerous proportions of humour and wizards and dragons and giants and barbarians and elves and quadrupeds and dwarves and larvae and princesses and witches and trolls and goats and goblins and druids and shaman and werefrogs and yep. So this is what it is. Point and click. That's Simon, the sorcerer over there. You've got your items and your inventory over here. Some things you can do. Be amazed at the level of safety features. Indeed. Totally ignore interesting fungi and flora. You've got a cave area there. Visit your cousin 87 times removed. Possibly. But there's probably a way to do it. I just don't really know so much at the moment. Yeah, there's probably like chat plugins. Maybe the bot that I've got can do something like that. Yeah, you go into prison. You've got a little Iron Maiden, they call them over there, isn't it? And you're a band of interesting adventurers here. But yeah, that's one of the games I do like, and we'll be playing Viva 8. Iridium 2 arrived AF. We got nostalgia for the old 8-bit days. So Rob Mead checked back to the times where gameplay was everything a new release had to offer. Some would say for the best, but you know. There was Pong, there was Space Invaders, and there was Pac-Man. This is not Pac-Man. Some kind of Space Invaders or Galaxians, yeah. Some asteroids with some maybe vector screens and stuff like that. And that's the Iridium thing there. That's some Space Invaders there. Syndicate's not quite the same. Bubble Bobble, good. Monkey Island 2 and stuff. Back to the Future. With Iridium 2 in the shops and Frontier Elite 2 on the way, we ask 3 8-bit pioneers what they think of the format that made them famous. So, of course, we've got David Braben here, most famous 8-bit game, Elite. Favourite 8-bit game, enjoyed Revs, Starship Command, like the BBC version of Defender. Not so good, playability, and very much so. Far too many games are derivative of old games. Things go through fads, flight sims, football games. The current fad seems to be animals and unusual attributes. Gosh, I wonder why that happened. The whole thing's become terribly commercial now, and a lot of the excitement has gone out of it, for David Braben here at least. He looks a bit like Steve Jobs in that picture. Anyhow, what do you like about games now? The look of the games now is certainly very nice. They're becoming more photorealistic. Games have been seen as very techy as kids' toys for a long time, but that's changing now. It's no longer just about shooting and killing, so it's more likely to appeal to a mass audience, get girls more involved. I hope that's coming from a good place with him. It's Andrew Braben, Graphold. Oh, most famous 8-bit game was Iridium. Favourite 8-bit game, Sheep in Space by Jeff Minter. We've heard of Jeff Minter before here. Also good. There's a lot of love lavished on getting the playability right because the graphics were limited. Any 8-bit games you'd like to see on the Amiga? Drop Zone by Arch McLean. I'd like to see Jeff Minter's games you play in a lunch hour and not to think much about. What do you like about games now? The perceived quality of games has rocketed and we've got to keep up with that. The big worry for CD is that people will put tasty graphics and sounds on as an excuse for crap gameplay. And indeed they did. Indeed they did. The most famous 8-bit game... Oh, this is Jeff Minter. Grid Runner for the VIC-20. Favourite 8-bit game, Star Raiders for the 8-bit Atari. What's so good about the 8-bit games? Then game creators said to be very clever with playability. Graphics were limited due to constraints of RAM, video resolution. NAF designs just didn't make it. I think all apprentice coders should have to write a complete game in 3.5K and make it playable, just an exercise. That would be quite the task nowadays. More power and RAM means there's more room for game designers' imaginations. You can use artificial intelligence, scalable 3D objects, elaborate particle systems, and real-time video effects. Indeed. This is a review of Iridium 2, which I couldn't get. Hang on. Unfortunately, it's programmed by Andy Braybrook over here, who did the the Rainbow Islands port, and it's like I don't know if I can quite get into it. It's a bit too noisy and stuff, but they liked it and stuff like this. So you have Amiga Power, Total War, Game of the Year, Cannon Fodder. Jeff has just written Tempest 2000 at this point. Amazing game. Okay, I'm not sure familiar with it. I'm more familiar with the llama themed ones or the ungulate themed ones. Watch this space for the very best in demos and PD games. Okay, so they didn't have the idea of what's going to be on their cover discs at that point. Second Samurai. Yeah, we saw a bit of this. We're fighting a robot. Interesting. Direct something else. Tipsters. Oscar. See, what is Oscar? I think we saw a bit of Diggers before. That was one of the games appearing on the CD32. So what is Oscar? It's a cartoon mascot character. In-house programmers. Commodore? Was it released by Commodore then? Interesting. Must have been, yeah. You can run, but you just can't hide, and there's no escaping the fact that cutesy characters sell game platforms. Sega and Nintendo would be nothing without Sonic and Mario. It's hard to say that they wouldn't, because they just keep going, banging on those drums, don't they? So it's hard to say. So it's no surprise Commodore joined the fray by bundling Oscar with the A1200. Remember that cartoon character, Oscar? Even more famous than Zool. I'm sure you remember. So there you go. More exciting than Disney Club, apparently. Frustrating and unrewarding. Oh dear. There you go, 67%. Not doing so well. And we still have Zool down here with the Pinball Dreams. Just with, yeah, Transrite still down there. Amazing. Blastar, Iridium 2. There we go, yeah. Oh, 44%. Oh, playability, 0. 0 playability. Addiction, I never want to see it again. Pretty poor rave soundtrack. Oh dear. Blastar didn't do well. Core design. Oh wow. This is a weird advert over here. You can't use software this powerful and produce documents this good. Or can you? Look at the quality of these documents here. Look at those spheres and these overlaying graphics and things like this. Blastar was a disaster indeed. You can now with a new Final Writer. Put your finger on the buttons of the ultimate Amiga word processor. Indeed. But anyway, it's a dogfighting game, so I wouldn't really get along with that. Overdrive. Did we see this on a cover disc, or was... Oh, I skipped ahead. I don't know, but it's one of these top-down racer things again. I might have seen it on the previous cover disc. It's really hard to keep track. Games Master, guns! Guns! It'll blow you away. 11 incredibly sticky sticker things. Okay. 20 pages of 20 pages of top tips. There we go. Oh, look, it's Dexter Fletcher. You remember Dexter Fletcher, don't you? From Press Gang with Julia Sawala, wasn't it? As in Press Gang as well. But yeah, there's Dexter Fletcher with a Super Nintendo controller. Looks like the wire's missing there, but yes. Raw Dex, frenetic frontman interviewed. So there you go, Dexter Fletcher. I think maybe took over a bit of the Games Master TV show then. Anyway, what's Bruno Brooks telling us today? Hint and tip. Just the one. Eddie and the Eagle and Rocket Man. It's not. Who directed Eddie the Eagle and Rocket Man? Dexter Fletcher. I might have missed something there, or may not have. To all you budding programmers, artists and musicians, get your work seen by large software houses. You might make $1 million. The best and cheapest way to get your work seen, Dexter Fletcher. Interesting. The best and cheapest way to get your work seen is not, as you may think, to send it to the software house itself, but to get your work on public domain. You've all seen the massive lists of public domain software advertised in this magazine for next to nothing, but some people don't just buy it to use. It's also regularly checked by many of the major software houses for original programs, art and music. To get your work on public domain, send it to any of the companies advertising PD in the magazine. Make sure you put your name, address and phone number on any work you send. If your work is good enough and you are blessed with luck, you may receive that phone call. Indeed. And we got some Amiga joysticks. Bob's Bad Day. got 79%. Just looking at it, it seems like it probably would get less, but apparently it's got 79%. It looks like it's based on the Sonic mini game where you spin around and such like that. Also, there's this game called Camel Try, which I found a long time ago. I might see that it was also named something else. I think it was released on the Super Nintendo. It was named something else. Camel Try, because the arcade game was Camel Try. And then... Oh, it's got some Japanese here. You won't be able to see it, because I'm just looking at it here myself. But it's Kiameru Turai. Interesting how they got it Kame. But there we go, if you wanted to know how it was. Super Nintendo. The Super NES release was titled On the Ball in North America and Europe. There we go. Apparently there was a Nintendo DS version called Labyrinth. And there was a version on the Taito Legends 2. But yeah, Camel Try, fun, simple kind of game. I might as well show you since I'm, you know, that's kind of the whole point of this kind of thing. But here we go, Camel Try. As I said, this, oh gosh, yeah, it's like Kiameru Turai, which is interesting, as I say. But yeah, here we go. This is like the playfield. You just kind of like use this marble and you turn the whole thing around like that Sonic 2. Not, is it Sonic? It's just from Sonic, isn't it? Mini game. Oh gosh, we've zoomed in a lot there. Same optical rotary system used in the game Arkanoid. Arkanoid had a rotation system in it? Interesting. I wasn't aware Arkanoid had any kind of rotation in it whatsoever. Because, yeah, look at it. You may remember this from Rainbow Islands, the look of this level here. And then Doe, yes, Doe. You might remember Doe from Rainbow Islands as well. But apparently there was rotation in it as well. I don't know. But yeah, this is a Camel Try. Got some very... But yeah, in Japan at least, it looked like it was released as Camel Try. Maybe that would make more sense, yeah. But let me just get rid of this here. So I should use the same optical there we go. Optical rotary system. That's what they mean. Thank you, Rodian. That's what they mean. Optical rotary system. So basically, like a mouse ball or ball mouse or scroll wheel on a mouse. I said mouse multiple times and I forgot the word mouse. But yeah, Camel Try, good one if you want to find it out or play one of these ones like on the ball or whatever. Looks similar to this. Bob's Bad Day. Learn to rotate. Pretty much exactly like it seems like this. And you go through various levels like that. Imagine the thrill. Now experience it. And there's Bubba and Sticks as well. Oh my gosh. Oh no, this is... Oh, that's... Oh gosh. Oh, my eyes. Who needs their eyes, right? But there we go. Future Tone Show. Quack. I think we saw some Quack before. Or did we? I think we saw Quack before. Got some good rainbows there. Second Samurai here again. Oh, say Gasteiner. I don't know if I've seen these people advertising before. There's a bunch of hardware stuff. Your ears are bleeding. Oh no. Donk! Everybody, it's Donk! Is this duck-based platform game a high flyer, or does it deserve a roasting? Yeah, this is what Donk looks like now. When an early version of this game appeared on the Amiga Format cover disc, it was called Dong and caused a bit of a stink with a major retailer who wasn't having a game with such a lewd, suggestive name on their nice, respectable shelves. Young programming team that hidden reluctantly agreed to change their name to Donk. Indeed. Somehow resisted the temptation to rename the central character William and call it a game in abbreviation of that name. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, so they signed a deal with DMI just before the company went bust, and then Supervision picked it up. The hero of this platform performance is a duck. Not any duck, but a samurai duck. Ah, dear. Who are the hidden with that, like, was it? Energy, yes, energy dimension, wasn't it? I can't figure out what they mean by that. Why it's there. But anyway, Donk. It's Donk, everybody. Look at this excellent, excellent artwork. That's Donk, all right. For $26.99. Donk is a grower. They really, really wanted it to still be called Dong, didn't they? They really, really, really wanted it to still be called Dong. It's a grower. It is tricky without ever becoming too difficult. The 2-player and AGA options are a real plus. There you go. Stardust over there. Premier Manager 2. Signosis. I thought they weren't doing any more Amiga games. Yeah, I don't want to think about that. But Globule. I thought the Signosis said they weren't going to do any more Amiga games. I'm just focusing on like the CD stuff. Is this a CD32 release? Globule. But yeah, here's Diggers, which we saw. You just command these little people to do things. Ishar 2, Messengers of Doom, AGA. That's a portrait, isn't it? Hi, I'm all up in this portrait. What you doing in there? These are all like when you just open the selfie camera kind of faces, aren't they? Yeah, these are definitely like that face when you just open the selfie camera. I mean, that one's got the most accurate feeling to it. It's like, what is this? But anyway, good friend there. Smash you up a bit. Now that's what I call games. Do you want to answer this survey about dogs? Hi, I've got something that I want to talk to you about. I don't know. Tesco's. I'm here to talk to you about fish. Yep, that's what they'll come to. Oh, Katie, never mind. Never mind. There's Battle Car. A shoot 'em up construction kit game. Interesting. Crazy Pipe, so it's basically like the Pipe Mania. And Space Invaders, which we have seen before on one of the discs. But 69%, nice. 1999 PD collection there. D-Generation, CD32, we saw a demo of this before. Yes, that's what people normally ask people. It's like, where are they? Have you thought about buying a new phone and that? You can get a new phone. Anyhow, yeah, D-Generation 65. Oh gosh, the year is 2021, and you are a courier delivering a package to Genox Genetic Research Lab. Having jetpacked your way from Finland. 2021, everybody. This is the year that we're living in. This game's been tweaked for CD32, but not much. Don't invite all your mates round. Sit them in front of the TV. Or CDTV. Or CD, it's not CDTV, sorry. Sorry, Commodore. Offensive. CD32. Amazon delivery. Well, did they have the bottle that they have to pee in? Anyway. Alpha Chicken. Yep. Haven't seen a lot of, but, you know, before I say it, some money in that jar. We'll get onto it. Yep, got a bunch of acorns and little blocks to go through. Clucking, great. Of course they would have used that pun. 62. Big, bold and bouncy, but that's about it. Although to recommend. A rather aimless and pointless platformer. I don't know, I haven't played it for a long time. Not a funky chicken. I managed to put it down. Oh dear, bouncy but boring. Indeed. Brutal sports football. Oh dear. Oh yes, Wiz and Liz, which we saw a while ago. 77%. Oh gosh, look at this. Oh gosh, look at this. Now that's a face. That is indeed a face. Gosh. Look at all these people. That's quite frightening looking, isn't it? That's the guy from Yellow, isn't it? Anyhow. Carrying on. Distrike. Ooh, I have somebody saying, good evening to a brusque giraffe. Dieter Meyer. That's the person from Yellow, is it? Definitely looks very similar. Bom bom. Definitely very similar. Oh no, Cricket Masters. Well, I also noticed, easy to play animated wrestling game. This person has a pumpkin on their head, and this person is shouting at this person with a pumpkin on their head. And these people are like, yeah, shout at that person with a pumpkin on their head. Oh gosh, I wonder where they got this picture from. Halloween themed. A little bit Halloween themed. It's kind of hiding around. We go to the full screen. Get some more Halloween decorations and stuff, as well as Doggo up there. The decoration is kind of hidden behind everything here. Yeah, something like that. Oh, a thing happened. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah. Hey, did you know you've got a pumpkin on your head, mate? Oh, what? What are you saying? Do you like pumpkins? No, I said you got one on your head. I got an head. Yeah, of course I got an head. You got an head too. No, I mean there's a thing on your head. Are you talking about my hair? Talking about my hair, mate. What about my hair? No, it's the oh, never mind. Or something like that. Magic boy. What? Seen any gigantic blue elephants lately? No? Then buy Magic Boy. It's a different advertising campaign? For certain. It looks a bit like this. It looks a bit Codemasters-y. Is it Codemasters? No, Empire Software. Blue Turtle is that. And special offer. The pack also contains a superb cool Croc Twins. There we go. Cheap and cheerful. Got some Secret of Monkey Island going on there. Thomas the Tank Engine 2. New release. Back there when Marcus still had Xylene in them. Not familiar. It just reminds you of the ones with the big dizzy ads, Seymour head. So, yeah, there's a very, very code. Oh, those ones. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, it's not quite as frightening as the big dizzy or Seymour face in there. With the big dizzy or Seymour face, you kind of get the like threatening air, don't you? Oh dear, I've just seen another thing down here. We're still playing back. Thomas, wow, this looks like It's a 2-player train driving game. Of course. This duck ain't no chicken, hedgehog, ninja ant, dinosaur, squirrel, bobcat, lemming, frog, toad, fox, turtle, blob, fish, troll, so don't follow the herd. Oh, donk. Coming soon on CD32 indeed. There's Donk, everybody. Taking on those console giants, and also Alpha Chicken, Zool, and other. Start of the second paragraph of the Thomas game. Okay, let's see. Play the computer or race a chum in this train mender steamy 4-track affair. Smart graphics and pleasant sounds make this a polished package, though most will find it easy to beat the computer. But in 2-player mode, it's great fun at under 13 sovs, so sovereigns, I guess, old money. It's no great train robbery. Hurrah and toot toot toot. Or whatever, toot toot. Is that what you wanted to read? Did you see something different instead? Okay. Well, there you go. I aim to sometimes do things that people ask other times. But yeah, not the voice you expected. Okay. I can't do a very good Ringo Starr punnage indeed. There's a Huckleberry Hound in here. Of course, the Crystal Kingdom Dizzy over there. Hard Driving 2. Oh, I think we saw a bit of Hard Driving, didn't we? Oh no, oh that's rugby. I thought it was cricket. I was getting worried that it was cricket for the moment there. But yeah, there's your big donk over there. It's probably a good thing that they changed the name of it, really, wasn't it? No exclamation mark here though, I notice. Because everywhere else is donk with an exclamation mark. Here it's not. In the official advertisement. So you got the ultimate guide to the ultimate games machine, PC Gamer, first issue, Thursday, November 11th. Hang on if you can. Indeed. Some cheats for different games. Let's see if they've got any interesting codes and stuff like that. No, press B and Bart changes to Bartman until you press B again. On the cover, just don't really. Just like B for Bartman. Well, there we go. Flashback again, yeah. One step beyond. Brr, brr, brr. It's going to happen all the time. Every time I see this game. When I actually eventually get around to playing it, it's going to be like constant madness, if you will. But yes, anyway, you got some Turrican 3 going on. Haven't even seen Turricans 1 or 2, I don't think, in these magazines, but Turrican 2 I do remember for the game music, which I do like quite a lot. And the goblins over here. Other things. So that's Jackie Brambles once again over here. What else do we have? Yeah, it's just some more tips and hints and things. Nearest we'll get to June 2 for a few years. Dune 2. What are we talking about? Turrican 3 or... Oh no, this June 2. Okay, sorry. I'm not familiar with the series or whatever, but here's Jackie Brambles once again in a very, very amazing blazer. Gosh. Well, okay then, you mums and dads. It's that time of year again when letters to Santa are coming your way. Hang on. Wait. Doesn't quite give it away, does it? But it's still... It's on the movie a few days ago. Cool. All I know is like big worms. Amiga 600 single drive, the only home computer for less than £200. Suitable for the child fed up of paying out £40 for software for their Mega Drive. Games available include strategy, role-playing title. strategy role-playing. Titles where imagination is more important than aggression. Learn to create animations, not zap aliens aimlessly. A hard drive. Chartbusters. Only the really lucky child will receive this as their first computer. Indeed. Anything else standing out? Oh, the Amiga CD32. The choice for existing Amiga owners looking for the latest product in the range for the dedicated console owner. Knocks the Sega for 6 with its state-of-the-art graphics. Yeah, I'm not sure myself either. I like how state-of-the-art is not only hyphenated, but you've got these spaces in the hyphenation, which really makes it stand out. Knocks the Sega for 6 with its state-of-the-art graphics. Colours on screen, Sega, 64, but the CD32 has 256 or 262,000. And processing speed, Sega is 16-bit and CD32 is 32-bit. Well, that's not speed, is it? That's just... Never mind. To you or me, this means that people who write the games can now display more colours on screen and the action can be even faster. Also be aware this is a compact disc player with full 4-voice stereo sound, so you can play your favourite CDs when the kids are at school. Ah, dear. Oh no, this is... Oh gosh, this seems like a threat to Commodore now, doesn't it? Jaguar 64. Yeah. Buy now, pay in 1994. Commodore will pay in 1994. Don't send any money. Well, that's to certain that advertises the product you want in stock. Far too often, Jackie Brambles receives letters from customers who are finding it difficult to obtain a refund from an advertiser that has promised to supply but hasn't. I didn't realise this was like such a huge problem. But yes, if you have this DMA symbol, of course nobody can just like copy this DMA symbol. Anyway, you have the frightening baby over here. I mean, babies are frightening anyway, but you know. Yeah. Knowing some of the things that have been in this magazine, Jackie definitely, yeah. Oh dear. I'm still worried about that kid who they just forwarded sealed letters to. Still worried about that. Expanding your Amiga. Static strife. Static electricity can kill silicon chips, indeed. Just by walking across a room, you can easily generate several thousand volts. So yeah, you can connect it to a radiator or filing cabinet. Might work. Yeah, it's still like we sell cardboard bits that go around your monitor, and we threaten rabbits in our adverts. Software demon again. Professional, what is this? Cygnus Pro. Is this a word processor? I'm trying to find out what it says it very easily, but it looks like a word processor or something. Yeah, text editor, there we go. Look, Eve Micros again. They have the... This is the same award. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm with the cat here, really. I hope you wouldn't do the same thing nowadays, and I'm pretty sure you wouldn't. But kids, don't give electric shocks to your cats. When the worst happens, this is backups. This Wang tape streamer, interesting. It's a DAT thing. That's very. It looks small. But yes, backing up to tape and stuff like this. What? Losing your mind can be an unfortunate thing, but losing your data is altogether more serious. Look. 3D powerhouse you can actually use. Look at these amazing graphics of the Destructionator right here. A whole floppy disk in an hour? Wow. So what is this? R-Paint. AREX-driven paint program. I'll say the AREX is the, I think was the part of the workbench drawing system, was it? Gosh, imagine having to do drawing like this. West, how annoying would this be if you had to go into the menus like this to pick whether you wanted to draw points, lines, and things like that? CD collection database. It's a big O, yay! Good animal images. It's just among the compendious clip art section of the disc are some good animal images. A huge range of other images is also included. Are they saying they're just all bad? Yeah, it would be incredibly annoying, I imagined. I mean, those menus are definitely things you don't use quite so often. But it's like, oh, I want to draw some dots. Now I want to draw a circle. Now I want to draw... Yeah. Street self-defense. Indeed. And future music. Shows you how. Alien Sex Fiend reveals soundtrack secrets of Ocean's Inferno. Professional musicians tell you how they write their soundtracks. Plus context to how we break into video games music. And the making of Kate Bush's latest album. Okay, I was wondering the technology side of things, but unfortunately they don't have a lot of that. Megalo sound. Yeah, I didn't take much of a pay much attention to that, but yeah, the unfortunately named software here, background image compressor. Okay. Oh, it's basic. You can still get that big pile of stuff. Helm, what is that? Multimedia authoring system. Yes. Anybody will buy anything, really. A bunch of things. Is this scanners? Oh no, these are printers. Fujitsu's model isn't a 24-pin, but a 24-wire dot matrix printer, where you can see the lines going across there. Whatever, this is very dark. Yeah, contrast is way off there. This is what the printers look like here. Epson TV video projector. Interesting. That's what the back looks like. What you got your, it looks like RGB going in there. That's good. Is that a VGA? I'm not quite sure if that's a VGA or not. But you can project robots onto walls. Is this one of their other covers? I remember seeing this before. I remember seeing that, but I can't remember where we saw it before. A video projector, 800 quid. Oh dear. Very good, but it does suffer if you expand it to over 7 feet across. So it can't do a very big picture. So what it looks like, you've got some like things to change things on the front. I know a lot about this. Anyhow. Some PD stuff here. Oh, some kind of computer-aided design thing going on there. Some... This complex fractal took a few minutes to draw. Look at these fonts. What do you think of these fonts, West? This is a very Ask West a lot of things episode today, isn't it? I just realised that says Alison. My word, that's a bit rough. It looks like if you flipped it upside down, it would say the same thing, doesn't it? It looks like one of those things. Communicate. Is this sign language tutorial thing? That's quite neat. Oh, gives you the ability to translate your text into semaphore, Morse code, and one of 3 different forms of sign language. I was going to ask which sign language, but yeah, that's a kind of useful little. Yeah, they're all a little difficult. That's the most easiest one, the beeswax one there. But yeah, gosh, Klondike AGA. Patience is a virtue, they say. However, this version may break that rule. Nothing naughty, you understand. Just long legs and big smiles. Even your granny could play this and not be offended. Granny might actually like it. It looks like it's actually pretty decent artwork on these as well. Never know, your granny might be really into it. Oh, this is interesting. Musical geniuses among you will no doubt... I'm a genius. I'm a genius, everybody. I'm a musical genius. No doubt be aware of the concept of FM synthesis. Why, I am aware of the concept of FM synthesis as used in the now legendary DX7. I was aware of this sampler. Also, synthesizer. You wouldn't be here if she weren't. Indeed, indeed, indeed. For all those who don't know, an arpeggio from an albatross. FM synthesis is a way of creating sounds by adding together various different signals. True, mostly. It's modulating, not adding, but modulating. There's a slight difference, but it's kind of a similar thing. As you may guess, this involves modulating one waveform with another and adding further waveforms. So I'm guessing it kind of is adding. I mean, I don't fully understand, but I think it's kind of adding things together. I just fell down on my whole FM synthesis thing. Wow, look at this! Look at this wiring. You got your carriers and your modulators going on here. Oh, I can't remember what the terminology is for these, but one of them is the one you don't hear, and one of them is the ones you do hear. I have. Let me find it over here first. I haven't a clue about it, indeed, but I have had a little bit of a play with this. If I get this over on this screen here. Oh gosh, that's zoomed in quite a bit. Yeah, accept all cookies, why not? I like cookies. But yes, FM8, the power of digital. My word, it's just like zoomed in really far for some reason. Reset. There we go, that's better. But yeah, it basically looks... Oh gosh, I've zoomed in again. I've done it again, everybody. It looks like this. There's some other pages which you can use. And yeah, you just basically... It's not showing like the fun page. But these are kind of fun pages, but it's not the fun page. Here's some like, yeah... effects you can put over. Easy to use in FM7. I haven't used that, so I'll have to take your word for it. That's got a bit of an arpeggiator thing going on here as well, which is pretty neat. Oh yeah, you've got your wave shapes and things like that. So your envelopes, yeah, your envelopes, your like sound envelopes, whatever. This is the fun page. I mean, we're not really going to see this. Open image in new tab. Let's try and zoom in on this a bit better. This is the fun bit of it. This is the matrix. This is saying this produces a certain sine wave, which you can then put in, or a certain wave. It's not necessarily even a sine wave. It doesn't show it on this page. But yeah, this produces a certain wave, which you can then feed into this one, which then modulates this one based on that one, which goes out to this one. One of these is a noise channel as well. I think maybe this is the noise channel. So we're modulating the noise and then outputting it all to these ones. And these are panning in the stereo field and stuff like these. And these two just modulating each other, and then come down here to go. Is this going past or crossing over? It's very interesting, and you could get very lost in it. And I haven't done so yet, because I know that I could probably get very lost in trying to make sounds and things like this. But yeah, here's another setup for the modulation and whatever. Here's some more envelopes and stuff like that. Oh yeah, this is just for the Z one here. Let's have a look at that. Open image in a new tab. George knew how to use this indeed. But yeah, you've got your filter, you got your cutoff resonation. Cutoff. What's it? I've forgotten the name of it at the moment. I think resonation is somewhere close to it. But yeah, you've got those two things here. You've got stereo spread, I think that is, as well. You've got your panning resonance. That's the one. Thank you very much. Sorry, I just completely forgot. And this is where you can send these different things to this or from this. I can't remember. And this is your envelope. So when you push the key, it'll go up and then down, and then up and down, whatever. So you kind of get a bit of an echo happening there. And wow, this is 100% of all the signal being sent through one way or another. I still quite haven't got this thing, because this isn't got one in the middle, but these ones have. But yeah, you've got some outputs here and various other things going on. It is very interesting. Oh yeah, this is like the display of what the different, what do they call them? Harmonics, is it? The partials appearing up there. I've been wanting to geek out about music technology stuff, and they haven't been providing it to me in the in the Amiga magazine, so we'll take what we can. Yeah, it's got some presets as well, which is obviously very handy if you're just trying to get to grips with something. It's like, I want something that sounds like this, let's find a preset for it, which is very, very good. Yeah, more presets and things like that. But I don't think it showed the maybe it did show the funnest part of it. But yeah. Anyhow, that's native instruments stuff, very interesting. They've actually recently, not to advertise for them, but they've got these like 25th anniversary stuff for native instruments. So they've got these two different ones. They both look very nice, but I think I'd want a mix of these two things together. I want a bit of that blue and a bit of that white. So like the blue base with the white knobs and things on it and buttons and things like this, but just having them like as plain blue or plain white. I mean, the plain white does look very good, but having these blue accents and things, and it would look so nice. But they've just gone for like just either plain white or plain blue, and it's just, I can't get behind it. But free instrument is always good. It's another one of their they call them Play Series ones. If you know about this, if you don't know about it, don't worry about it. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff here. But that's all music technology stuff. But yeah, so I got some kind of idea. I got these different operators you're using, and these are, gosh, rate, level, output. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I've got an LFO. I know about LFOs. Speed, delay, is that? AMD and PMD pulse modulation, amplitude modulation, I'm guessing, on there. Got some feedback, and yeah, could probably do some interesting things. Oh no, what happened? Where am I? Yeah, we've gone back up again. Hang on, let's get back down to where we were. Where were we? Oh gosh, we've gone up quite a bit. Yeah, over here. Can you produce chords or Fourier analysis of the sound produced? That'd be an interesting thing, doing the Fourier analysis of the sound produced. So it's basically what the other thing was doing, showing what the partials were, or all that kind of thing. Yeah, details of the harmonics involved. Yeah, so it's basically what FM8 was doing. The complete source code of the program, which was written by Christian Steins in Oberon 2. Not familiar with whatever Oberon 2 is, but that's an interesting little thing that they've made there. I don't know if that's available in the the archives, which I have access to, but it's a definitely interesting thing to try and find out. So, yeah, interesting. I got to nerd out about music stuff. Some more music stuff here, of course. Yep, we kind of used one of these a little bit before, and it just looks very complicated on the Amiga. It just looks like UIs have come a long way, really. What else do we have? Of course, we have some more fractal stuffs over there. Oh, we have some cars coming up, not just yet. Yeah, Amiga jukebox with DJ Tourist demo, except you don't need 10 pences. Okay. Interesting, like some kind of mixer thing going on, and okay. Some like CD player stuff going on here. Techno tracks. This is a good clock or watch, pocket watch. Here we go. Slideshow. Ford Capri Part 2, Racing to Victory. Wow, even back then, there aren't many Capris around these days. But now that Ford have launched a new model, look out for people with black slip-ons and white socks. Joke. No, but here's some very, very rough pictures of some Ford Capris, apparently. Oh my gosh, look at this vector face. This is not another flying saucer scare, said the floating upside-down head. It's a flying head scare. Indeed. And that's definitely Calvin. Yep. Good scenery and somebody falling off into the water. Capri did win first prize for worst legroom. Oh dear. Yes, that's a very good face. A very good face there. Ultimate Amos, yay! I've got this. Did I show this? I think I showed this, didn't I? I had it somewhere. I don't know if I have it in an easily accessible place, but I have this. It's over here, in fact. I think I showed it before. I don't know. I'd have to dig out a lot of things, but yes, thank you. But yeah, I have it somewhere around here. But yeah, the Ultimate Games Creator just got the Ultimate Guide. I would have seen this after playing a bit with the like Amiga Format cover disc of Amos and stuff like this. And if you've got Amos, then get this book. I did. How to make it do what it can do. Includes a disc. Now, as I said before, I ordered the book, got the book, and the disc was missing from it. So we asked for the disc, and they just sent us out a new book with a disc on it. So I've got 2 of these, I think, somewhere. You're halfway to creating your own gaming worlds. Don't stop halfway. Order Ultimate Amos today. Save £10. My word. Oh, well, if you order these 2 together, which I wouldn't have done. But yeah, well, they got the price. Oh, there's available starting for $19.95. So yeah, my parents must have paid $9.95, and maybe filled out this exact form and sent it off. Oh, look, they got the boring versions of the discs in blue rather than the green and slightly other blue see-through thing going on. But yeah, it says the subscribe super disc. Imagine model of a real spaceship. Imagine model of a Gulf War helicopter. Imagine model of a cruise missile seen in Baghdad. A Fast and Furious sliding block puzzle game. Okay, I didn't see that. Imagine model of a World War I triplane. Imagine chess pieces. 2 24-bit textures to use with Imagine. Disable CD drive on CD-TV without opening the case. File Finder and Caligula. There's a CompuGraphic font. That's why it wouldn't work in the program, because it is a font, and I'm not sure how to use fonts on the Amiga. But there we go. That is that. What we can do then, I mean, we have a little bit of time. Yeah, let me go back to this over here. Might just want to do a bit of a refresh on it. Yeah, let's eject that, restart. You won't be able to see. Very good. I was thinking, you almost had me at believing you there, Erodian. But if anybody can't read that at the moment, my friend works shifts at a chess factory. They've got him on nights this week. See, apparently this has got, what was it called? What was it called? Hang on, let me find it. It is Fast Fast and Furious slightly. So the Monopthong is the block puzzle game. The Caligula was the font, and I don't know how you do fonts. So let's unpack this. Very good. If anybody needs me to read that as well. He did work at a Tiddlywinks factory, but that was counterproductive. So is it going to be in system then? Utilities, tools, press. Can we load it up in press? We've got fonts here. We've got fonts here. Do I select workbench? Like, can I? Okay, so this is odd. It's just selecting them. If I go into the RAM disk and kind of like try to use them, do I have to do show all files? So it's got data, library, and metric files. I don't know how to use these files. It's just files, yes, a bunch of files. But yeah, I don't know. So Monopthong demo. Here we go. Ah, gosh, that was a frightening loading thing. Using Amos. Didn't have the classic brown screen of loading. Amazing, very good, competent, mediocre, poor, disgraceful, appalling, cabbage, good as an ST. Now, Erodian, you enjoyed STs, didn't you? How do you feel about that? So, okay, some things are happening here. Ah, gosh, that frightened me. Oh, ST. So that's got some sticky, bouncy edges. Okay. Well, this is a game, isn't it? There's holes in the side. There's an ice cream. I want an ice cream. Probably not going to be in the part of the picture. So yeah, this is what this is. I don't feel like I'm necessarily going to play a lot of this. Cup of coffee or something. Come on, down, out, of the way. Yeah, and if I knew what the picture... Gotta wait for that to go away before doing anything. It's a car of some kind. Yeah, it's like... Okay. Oh no, that's not how it goes together. That looks like it. So there's that there. That's not part of there. That's part of there. Let me do this and this. I can get this over here. That's part of the grill, which, oh, it's right up there now. Yeah, so you can see what it's like. And what is this? Oh, this shows where in the picture. Oh, that's useful, isn't it? It's actually showing me down at the bottom where in the picture it's part of. Which would have been useful to realise before, but yeah, and the coffee cup is not part of the picture at all. What happens if we get rid of one of the blocks we need? It just lets it go and doesn't tell us. Doesn't say it's wrong. Doesn't say there's any problems. Just lets us ditch all of these. Does it just keep giving us the ones that we've ditched before? I don't know. I can't really tell the difference here between the different blocks. It must be. There's another ice cream. Another ice cream. I think this is the end. I know there's more bits. Yeah, I threw that bit away before, and it's given me back. So it's probably not doing very good on the score. But yeah. So this part, yeah, it's not even part of the top row. This is. It's helpful that it gives you the thing on the side there. But there we go. That is that. Let's go back to the browser again. We are quickly running out of time to do things like reading a magazine. Get serious, Amiga shopper. Mail order stuff here. Some Blitz basic stuff. Yeah, I couldn't find any information where there was this ISO blaster actually available. I don't know if I typed out all this stuff from the magazine or whether I just had a file that was all saved to. I can't remember, but I do remember seeing it working. So maybe. You go, upgrade worries. You want answers about the new CD32? Anything important or interesting they're saying here? Boot me. Indeed, got some fancy looking things over here. That looks more like DOS, doesn't it? Over there. But anyway, AMOS answers. What various error means. There we go. Just the SCART. Yeah, here we go. The absolute final and last ever SCART diagram. I remember seeing they had a SCART diagram before, but it seems like they might have got it wrong previously. Okay, there are two main types of hard drives in Amiga, SCSI and IDE. Did it say anything else? Let's move on. Sampler things and whatever. Get the most out of your Amiga. It's got some letters here, which is mostly the important thing. What's this? Okay, so Zool, Rainbow Islands and Putty are all wonderful games to play, and Historyland, Civilization and so on are very, very mind-numbingly technical. But I'm going to go out of my mind trying to remember the name of and eventually find a very popular 80s arcade game which is very similar to Insectoids. Mooncrester? It seems like it's the name of whatever they're looking for there. I'm writing to complain about the free disc you put on the cover of Amiga Format. Firstly, the disc is not free, as magazines of comparable content relating to video, audio, cards and so on only cost around £2, where Amiga Format is well over £3. I think you should make the magazine available, if only by subscription, without the disc at a lower price. In that case, I would probably subscribe. Did we ever say the cover disc was free? I think not. Please, pedants, don't write in and inform us about the one time we slipped up. The discs cost, and we're aware of that. A disc costs you about £1 each. There we go. Yeah, it's like we can't really get rid of the disc because we kind of like, it's kind of, you know, important. The boat. Was it apologies for wrongly attributing this image last month? Barry, please send us your address. I want to forward you to some pictures that were going to that other girl. Never mind. Oh, here we go. There's a Mighty Mouse down here. A very decent rendition of Mighty Mouse. Silhouettes going on here. A bar. It's like a slightly cramped bar, but yeah. And a spacecraft. I would believe that was a spacecraft. Wow, 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 wow. I wasn't expecting to see that in this magazine. I apologize for anybody who saw what was on the screen there. I really wasn't expecting to see anything like that. So they're complaining about reviews or so. Oh gosh, I'm getting all out of control. Which way am I going? Pick up a book. Yeah, I'll just... Yeah, the man at the top. Here we go. They're still talking to this guy, David Pleasant. Keen to increase communication between the big C. What kind of thing? It was a word that I wouldn't use in any circumstances. If you really want to see, you can obviously go back in the video. But let's just say it was the R word. No, the R word. Something I just definitely did not expect to appear in this magazine. Does this look like the face of a man whose company is going well? My commitment to Commodore is total. Oh no, Commodore needs to learn a few lessons from other firms. I've contacted both Commodore and Wang over 20 times with no result. I've also written to David Pleasance, but I've received no reply. Trying to repair their Amiga. West knows, yeah. Thank you for being such a loyal and long-standing Commodore user. May I apologise for not replying to your letter, but I have never received it. Whether it has been mislaid in the post or at Commodore, I cannot say. Needless to say, if you forward a copy of the letter to me, it will receive my immediate and personal attention. Delays on repairing A4000s due to a shortage in spare parts. Gosh. So yeah, I'm going to just kind of like zoom out in a very, very controlled way to try and not get that back on the screen. There we go. CD32s all around. Oh, but there's competition for it. Next month, hoist the Jolly Roger. Yeah. Oh, drink water. Thank you very much. I obviously missed that quite a long time ago. Thank you, Erodian. Nearly out, but that's okay. Nearly at the end. Let's have a look. Next month, hoist the Jolly Roger. This game might only cost you a couple of quid, but it could cost the rest of us, the Amiga game-playing community, much, much more. The Amiga market is on a knife edge. Piracy will kill it eventually. No, no, no. Is he right? Next month we'll be delving into the murky world of software piracy. We'll be asking actual pirates about their motivations and finding out if they know or even care about the consequences of their actions. That's good, thank you. It's interesting to see all this stuff. We'll speak to Fast, and we'll speak to Elsper as well. It's Christmas nearly, but hey, we won't be spending the whole issue dwelling on the bad things in life. It will be our big Christmas issue after all. The most important figure in the Amiga world, what they would like Santa to bring them. Okay. Don't forget the book. Oh, and there'll be a book on the cover too. Interesting. So the Christmas issue, the actual one that's not the one that was labelled December, but the one that was specifically labelled. Unfortunately not. I have something black on my hand for some reason. I don't know if you can see that. But yes, the specifically labelled a Christmas issue, not the December issue, is coming out in November. It's just... It's almost there, 25th of November. It's close enough. I mean, we're not even in November, are we? I got confused. I thought we were in November at the moment. We're not. That would be worrying if it was the 25th of November now, wouldn't it? Anyhow. But there we go, yeah. So that is that for today and such. I hope you enjoyed looking over the magazines and whatnot. Yep. I just kind of lost. We've gone back up to 125, which is a good thing. Thank you for the person who followed. The actual, we had 2 follows. One was not a decent follow, but the other one said hello in the chat and stuff like that. So thank you for dropping by and looking at Amiga magazines and stuff with me. And these are the fine folks down here. Let me just... Oh dear. Burps at the moment. I'm very, very sorry about any sounds which are not very pleasant coming from me at the moment. But there we go. I think before we go, obviously everybody knows what's coming up. Oh, not everybody, but maybe some people know. Get your questions in for the star of the show. I'm trying to think of a good pun, but all I can think of is like the diva of snacks. That's me. But, Tracy, hello everybody! What would you call yourself? You're the queen of cookies, aren't you? Yeah. I could. I mean, you could be the diva of snacks if you want. Gosh. I am the cute dinosaur of liking things which are tasty. Well, that kind of works, Tracy. It works well enough. I mean, my brain isn't working much better at coming up with snappy things at the moment. I can do snappy things. What kind of snappy things can you do? I don't know if people can hear you if you're not near the microphone. Okay. Was that good? It might have been good. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Do you want to read that one, Tracy? Oh no. Oh no. I take the fifth. Oh no. So, can you read that one? If you had 50k points, wow, that's a lot of points. Can I buy snacks with them? I don't think you can buy, well, we kind of had in our law that you could buy snacks with them, didn't we? Oh yeah. Yeah. Hang on. I'm remembering things now. Do you want to read the rest of the question? Okay. If you had 50k points, what game would you make Katie play? Gosh, that's quite a question, isn't it? Minesweeper. I'm quite interested in Minesweeper recently. Have you been playing much of Minesweeper yourself? A little bit. I mean, I tend to hit the mines. I haven't got quite the logical brain going on. But I would vote for Minesweeper. But I mean, how are you with Minesweeper? I'm decent at Minesweeper. I want to actually play a proper version of Minesweeper rather than just that Amiga version that we found. Oh yeah, it was on the Amiga, wasn't it? We found a version of that. That was good. But apparently Katie didn't like it so much. No, I mean, it didn't have the clear things out. Apparently you're much kinder than Starly. Oh, I don't believe that at all. You're lovely, Starly. You're lovely. Yeah, so there you go. That's from the dinosaur's mouth itself. So we have another question here. Gosh, there's more questions. Wow, I'm popular. You are popular. So West asks you, hello West. Yeah, West asks you, have you done any piracy lately? Arr, matey, arr, I buried me treasure over there. Arr, arr, arr. Arr. That's basically most of the pirate stuff you know, is it? Yeah. Ahoy the main brace and gang the planks. I'm not quite sure that's completely 100% sense, but it's kind of piratey words, isn't it? It's kind of piratey words, yes. So that probably it works well enough. Yeah. Gosh, that island is full of sweeties. We'll plunder it right now and eat the delicious sweeties. Yarr! This is what Tracy would be like if Tracy was a pirate. So you're not going to answer if you were pirating any games. No. I did not wish to incriminate myself. I have a right to not incriminate myself. I don't know myself. I mean, I think you have the right to not incriminate yourself. I'm sure there's that in the Americas. That's the fifth, or part of the Fifth Amendment, isn't it? That's why they say about taking the fifth, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's the way it goes, but I don't quite know. Yep, not going to admit to any piracy here. There we go. Tracy is not going to admit to any piracy, apart from the Yar kind. Apart from the Yar kind. So, we also have a question from West. What did you think of the album cover? From what I saw, it was pretty good. Can you get it up on the screen again? Okay, sure. Let me just get things sorted out. We have to go back to the browser here, and then we have to open it in things down here. There's a lot of things you need to click on to make it happen, isn't there? Yeah, there's a lot of things you need to click on, but that's okay. I am adept at clicking things. That's good. I'm glad that you can do the thing which helps you do the thing that you're doing right now. It's useful that way. It is very useful that way. So this is the album. Oh, wow. That's amazing. It's also up on the screen, so people might be able to see if you're looking at that over there. Oh, look. There it is. Yeah, I like it. It looks like... I hope they don't fall in the well there. I think they're okay. They're kind of like Persian way so that they're not going to fall into the well. That's good. Yeah, I like it. It's very colourful, and it looks like it would be very satisfying to like put your hands on and rub, because it looks like all papery and stuff like that. It looks like it would be very like that kind of thing. You go across the picture and stuff like that. But yeah, it's pretty nice, and I like all the fancy stuff that's there. It's a very good art. And West made the art. That is a very good art that you made, West. I like it a lot. It satisfies my art muscle. Gosh, I don't know. It's complicated. It's complicated. I don't know if you have art muscles, but I think West might have art muscles. You think West would have art muscles? Yeah, they need to make art, don't they? They do need to make art, and so they would have things there. You did an accidental explorer game. Okay. Well, we can't really do that at the moment, but if you really want to do that, we can maybe do that, like, maybe in the next stream or something like that. I don't know. But if you say it's accidental, we can get rid of it, and then maybe you can ask again, because, well, we don't have any time to do that now. So we will reject your request. In the nicest possible way, without prejudice, indeed. Wow. There's some question from Stars here. It's got the name right underneath, so I should know. Saying, would you like to be included in the cover art popping out of the well? Boy, would I! Yeah, I mean, we can kind of do a bit of that if you want to. I mean, if we go over to I know what I'm doing. We can do that. We have the power. We have magical powers. We do have magical powers. We can actually bring the thing up, which has the picture on. Cool. I want to see these magical powers. We will see the magical powers in due time here. Cool. There's a lot of things on the screen. I don't really understand how all these things work. Don't worry about it, Tracy. You don't really necessarily need to know exactly how everything on the screen works. I just need to find the particular one that I need to find. Maybe there could be a special limited Tracy edition. Maybe there can. I mean, Katie already asked. Oh, that's very good, Radian. Katie already asked West to do a lot, so I think it might be a bit much. I think West might want a break from doing things. But here we go. If you just kind of stay there, so if you move this way a little bit, like over here. Yeah, if you stay there a moment, then I can kind of move you around here and pop you there, and you can like be coming out of the well. Gosh, look at that! I'm coming out of the well. How did it feel to be like in a well and whatever? This is good. I could get used to this. Cool. I mean, we don't really have like a green screen or anything like that. Oh, look, you're coming out of the well too. I am coming out of the well. I think this album is all about coming out. Ha 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 ha. That's a good joke. Thank you. It may have sounded like I was being sarcastic about it, but it was actually kind of good and whatever. So yeah. Oh no, I'm already in here. That's absolutely fine. There are boxes holding me up. And don't ask what boxes are doing in a well. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Okay. So, have you had some fun in the well here? Yeah, it's been good. It's been well worth it. Ha 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 ha. Very good. So I'll move back. Oh gosh, we've gone off the screen a bit. That's okay. Just make sure we get right in the back, right in the proper place there. We are back in the proper place, I think. So yeah. But it is a very good art. Well done, West, for making an art, and well done, West, for well done, Westford, for doing an art and putting it with me. Well, it's kind of I wasn't thinking that. You weren't thinking that, were you? No, not a lot. It's okay. I mean, I understand, Tracy. If we go back over here, yeah, I would know nothing about hiding boxes. Well, they're kind of right, you know. They are kind of right, but you kind of like helped as well, didn't you? Really? Yeah. I'm sorry. It's okay. As I said, I can understand the joke and such like that. It was pretty amusing to me, at least. But obviously, I'm not allowed to enjoy being mean to myself and stuff like that. It's probably sensible. It probably is sensible. So what was I going to do? I don't know. You're you. How am I supposed to know what you were going to do? Okay. Well, I kind of lost the plot here. It happened a long time ago. It happened a long time ago. And Tracy would know about things happening a long time ago. I've seen things. Mostly dinosaurs, but, you know, other things too. Ah, gosh. Time to say goodnight. Yeah, well, I will go now. Thank you, everybody, for asking me the questions and stuff like that, and I hope to see you sometime soon. Bye! There we go. Tracy has gone back over to her little corner there to do Tracy things. So yeah, before we go, there is the art, there is the stuff here. I could do like the thing again. I already done it twice of like just doing the little teaser for the album and stuff like that. But you know, I think I'll leave it for now. If you wanted the teasers for the album, you could have listened to some stuff that was earlier and stuff like that, or you can tune in over maybe the next few days when we will actually be having the album release party. And yeah, I hope people are all pumped up and ready for the album release and stuff like that. As I said, I've got to try and figure out when's a good time that won't upset too many people to do the release. It may be just in my usual stream times and whatever. So, hoip indeed. Get your triangular cut sandwiches ready. Get your dainty cups with... I don't have a dainty cup. I can get a mug of tea and we can have a little tea party where we listen to the album. And that I maybe talk about some things which is kind of like... trying to explain the story, but it's kind of like it's a loose story around the whole thing, you know. A vague story flows through it, but it's a rock opera. It doesn't need to have much. You might have mugs. We still extend the little finger, indeed, but you might need it for some stability on some things. But yeah, so yeah. Thank you all for dropping by. It has been a lovely time seeing you all and such. We will do an outro as per usual. Friday, obviously I'll be back on Friday. Oh, you should do shouty things, shouty outs. Do looking at people doing things. These are people that do things, and the things that they do are the things that are on the schedule that is here. Look, there is a schedule. Sometimes people can't make the times of their stream, and that's okay, because we appreciate them anyway. But there is schedules. So next time I'm up is, oh gosh, there, Friday. So please do come by Friday. We might be doing the album release thing then, and we may also be looking at some more medieval. We will see how well I fare with it. I tried playing it a little bit ago and it's like, gosh, I got stuck at the same place again. So if I keep getting stuck, maybe I'll have to move on to something else, but I'm going to try again and see if there's a Discord as well, if you wish to come by the Discord and discuss things on Discord. Don't know why I said it like that, but anyway, thank you once again, everybody. Yeah, I think I've said everything and all that, so bye. I will see you next time. Bye, everybody. We have an hour. TTFN to all.